Yeah, pretty freaking neat if Way Up was playing right now on any station.
Cause baby, it's the places that I've.
You gotta get hyped to still play, that's what you gotta do. But also, first things first, we gotta go around scavenging. Just in case there are any airplane repair kits. The more the merrier. I don't want a damaged plane while I'm taking off, just in case the fucking sentry bullets really hurt. I think I put their damage to half, but never know. Never know. Even then, the bleeding out's enough to kill you. Jeez, if they hit me while I'm riding off, well, that's still getting it out of the airfield. I think I'll have enough health to do that. Land it outside somewhere, and then pick it back up when I respawn. That'll still count as a success. Finally putting clothes in our wardrobe.
Pump up some bass.
Maybe not hype, but it is always a fun song.
streets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, 'cause Edith likes eating at East of Eden, where Wendy works on Wednesday evenings, and Donna Lee does her laundry 2 doors down. So when I'm out to eat with Edith, I'm always worried Wendy's watching and equally.
Just can't forget the battery. Just get all the way there, and can't power the plane. Hilarious.
So I choose to keep a low profile and sneak around like it's going out of style and try to keep these balls up in the air. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. Sometimes I wish I had me a twin brother, because it takes a lot of steam making all that hubba hubba. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Tanya, Tina, and Isadora, but that all ended in a puddle of tears and blood. I had Tanya down for 10 to noon, and Tina turned up around 1 or 2, and Izzy used me all night like a stud. But one day Tanya showed up a little late, and Tina turned up a lot early, so fists were flying till Izzy came that night. I'm pretty sure it's the doors when they threw me on the floor, while Tanya and Tina punched and kicked and swore, and long story short, I lost the fight. Yeah, they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers. They come and go, but there's always another. Yeah, I guess I can't be pleased by just one lady's comfort. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler. Yeah, maybe someday I'll quit this fooling round, find someone to make me settle down, but I'd hate to be the one to make her suffer. 'Cause one of them days we'd go to town, and one of my friends would flag us down and say, "You know why everybody calls him the juggler?" And I'd have to explain that they call me the juggler, 'cause I always have 3 lovers, and I burn through Trojan rubber like no other. But when I'm not between the sheets, I'm busy staying undercover. Ain't as sweet as it seems being the juggler.
I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains,
God, those are actually 4 fucking sneaker boxes snacked on well. We'll get that and a spare one.
but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's all I know, what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's all I know, what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's all I know, what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running out of gold, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so.
Bring away the day, all the technicians, rising to the smash, is waiting for the godsend.
she'll let it go. If I'm the line and finally I'ma let you know you're somewhere in between my legs. Hey, you know there ain't another girl like her in the city. Yeah, you know she looks so good, but she ain't.
That's not what I wanted to do. Or maybe it was. Never know. Never know.
This whole time you riding me wrong. And don't you know you oughta take a risk, try your best, give it to me straight. And don't deny your reply, I don't wanna wait. We're at the end of the road, it's time to let go of everything. There ain't another girl like her in the city. No, you know she looks so good, but she ain't so pretty. So leave me alone before I end it up here. On the phone with another reason to be held. For a while. This is where I live. You don't have to speak. There's no room for goodbyes or desperate lies between the teeth. That's just how it goes. Everybody knows. There's no room for your games and no remains. There ain't another girl like her in the city. Yeah, you know she looks so good, but she ain't so pretty. So leave me alone before I end it up here. On the phone with another reason to be held. For a while. There ain't another girl, ain't another girl, ain't another girl. There ain't another girl, ain't another girl, ain't another girl.
John Dick here, thanking you for joining us for another glorious battle. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events. Gain fame and prestige, or die trying, or both. Now get out there and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
It is so sweet under the sun, and even if my pocket's empty, I don't really.
Oh, look. I also put the chainsaw in there.
No. It is so sweet under the sun. I'm gonna take my time, 'cause I don't really wanna go to work. Got up this morning, look around and see the sun high. I grab my bag and take my phone. I shut the door and walk into the light. Oh yeah.
I guess proper thief starting to take shape.
My phone is ringing. I can hear my boss shouting at me. You know what? He wants me to hurry, but I will not control my feet. Oh no. It is so sweet under the sun, and even if my pocket's empty, I don't really want to go to work.
Put the pilot hat on after the beat. That's it. Distorted the kilt. Forgot all about the backpack. Whoops.
Radio stop.
Be swimming in the deep river. I'm a love giver. Searching for glory, I'm a strong winner. Don't mean the world.
Need to have strong bones before we steal a plane.
Be swimming in the deep river. I'm a love giver. I'm a love giver.
Just one last order of business. Yeah, hopefully won't need to fuel it too much, because, we're going to take all this car's fuel reserves and transfer it into the plane. I did forget. Final pre-planning. Here I am getting so eager. No. We need to be professional. We need to be thought this through. Yes, we do. seems I do know the plan. We go to Blotto. Left it the first time we came. Or you can go straight through that road. Go right, left, right. Right, left, right. That's the only operation we need to know. And then pretty much a straight shot southwest if we're able to get it. From the gas station, it is better to just go through that forest. It'll be pretty much where we need to be, it seems. It is in that hangar. That's closest to us. That's good. It looks like there are plenty of units of cover on the way there. Okay, so I've got to get ourselves to Blotto, go north, from there, across the dirt road, right, left, right, and then keep following that. Alright, we've consulted our map. It's time. Put plan into action. I also decided to bring the axe because just in case I felt it appropriate to build a wall. Alright. Whatever wall I can build, because, I didn't bring any shuriken to fill, but it'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Bust. I'm John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the
Oh,
glory.
rain, that's
Or
probably
I like a
helmet.
woman. My choice in yours.
Oh.
Keep your head out there, players.
We'll be fine.
And try to collect
The rain
any
is our
extra
cover. We are Bob.
Here's some kick-ass music. Starting
This is a somatic reflection of the dark path we're on, stealing planes. Alright. Thank God, I already forgot the way to Blotto. It's probably this way. When in doubt, just go north. One more thing. Should bring back the sound. How about that? Full sound for a full heist.
6 weeks old. Swearing I'm done all the trouble. I'm above with the flaw. I fell victim to a scream, so I'll never get to sing in my 21st century.
did this right, this road should take us all the way there. The hell is she stuck on? Everyone's stuck on something. Probably stuck on the fact that it's raining. What the hell? Clear skies. Not a bad time for archery practice, I'd surmise. Sure. Hold on. Let me just get back in. I don't want to get wet.
This rabbit face, shades is poised to red. I suppose there's nothing left but empty minds. Empires will fall, still there's nothing
Alright, feeling very good about our chances here. Eat our spices mix and try to wash it down with some milk. Nutrient soup, but we need to be in top shape. I was kind of hoping to see a gas canister around here. Maybe I should search the trash. Alright, well, that's what we have, and that's what we're working with. Well, that's a roadblock. But where's that plane oh, there it is. Right? Yeah, that's the plane I spied yesterday. Alright. We're still on. Just gotta get past that asshole. In fact, if we could drive right into the hangar without being noticed, that would be the holy grail. Now we gotta, I think, scout from up here where that asshole fucking sentry comes from. He saw me up here and he's already angry. Oh, this guy acts like I'm continuously hurting him. And okay, well, good for him, but this dickhead. He has like a large sight line. Super large sight line. Alright, I got an idea. What the hell did I just do? Something about Windows. I did something with Windows. Don't mind me. Anyways, I'll just leave the car up here. I don't think anyone's gonna spy it up here. Meanwhile, you go in here. I don't know. Ah, shit, I wasn't talking. Damn it. That Splody boy is gonna be a problem. Gotta drive through this gate into that hangar. and, you know, do the thingy from that hangar. Using that as an operating base. Maybe then go from the hangar into the hangar, the giant hangar, and work from there. I'm thinking. Yeah, it's the plane right now anyway. But first I gotta get rid of Mr. Douche-faced. Okay, he came running. He noticed me somehow. That makes things easier. In some sense. Cannot see him. Of course I can hear him, the asshole. Oh gosh, don't tell me that guy's gonna be fucking stuck there for all of eternity. He just keeps walking into that wall. Please path somewhere else. I beg you. I beg you to have a path somewhere. Okay, you're going in. What's he shooting at? What? Why'd he fire a shot? Does he want to blow up the plane? Is he just gonna ruin our fucking dreams right here? Yeah, he just fucking destroyed the plane. What? He just... For no fucking... It's early access. Expect that stuff, I guess. Expect... It's early access. There might be buggy behaviors. Oh... And he just stands there. He just fucking blew the plane up. For no reason. Just... No reason. No reason. Just decided to blow the plane up. Just no reason. Just decided to be an asshole for no reason. Just blew the plane up. Right there in front of me. Just no reason. Just blew the plane right up. Decided he didn't like that plane. That plane disrespected his family. I don't know. Just blew it right up. Decided this plane has no reason to go on living. Blew it right up. Blew up that plane right in front of me. Just, he's still standing there, still standing there. Like a jackass, just blew the plane up. Let me see, is he still, yeah, he still stood there. He's like, hey, this plane, it's in my waiting spot. Blew the plane up. No reason, just blew it up. Got angry at a plane that was sitting quietly in its hangar. Decided to blow it up. Oh, now you're feeling warm. Fuck you, mate. How about learn how to regulate your temperature, asshole? It's called homeostasis. Every fucking organism's developed it. Piece of shit. Guess I gotta drive all wild into the midday sun. I gotta see if I can go to the other side or something. Shut up, Wolfie. It's just every fucking sentry bot's decided to freeze, you know, after that sentry destroyed the plane. It's like moment of silence. Moment of silence. That plane violently attacked our sentry brother. He had to defend himself against it. Let this be a message to all sentries. Don't take shit from planes. Just sitting there. Hasn't even been flagged, claimed by... Well, maybe it has been flagged as claimed. Maybe that's why. But hasn't even been claimed by a player. Just, you know, destroy all planes. It's our duty as sentries. Let's go in here quietly. Sentries won't notice if we creep in. No! Hey, assholes, stop it. You're not supposed to notice. You're supposed to be stood there turned around. Dickhead. This is probably gonna have to be violent. Smash and grab. I don't know. But now that we know fucking... These sentries like to just violently destroy idling planes. Well, not even idling planes, just train planes that are sitting there minding their own business. I don't know. We gotta move, we gotta investigate. We gotta investigate everything. The fucking content. I mean, I don't really want no senpai to notice me. Hey. You're rude. Everyone here is rude. But we go alright. Go around testing our luck and shit. Freeze these nuts, bitch. Ice cold Sprite. I didn't accept any terms and services, asshole. I got arrested. Alright, you freeze. I don't see any plane in there. Yo! Well, I don't know, man. I feel robbed by the game. I feel like I gotta, steal a plane back by spawning something in. Because honestly, that's just bullshit. It's fucking stupid. Oh man, let's see. Our fucking options. It was gonna be a great heist. I had a plan all laid out, and then he's just like, just a nice plane sitting here in the hangar by itself. Be ashamed if somebody destroyed it for no reason. Fucking hashtag list vehicles. Why is it disabling achievements for me just looking at all these? This looks like it's just listing all the possible vehicles, not all the vehicles. List spawned vehicles, okay. Motorboat, bicycles, SUPs, tractors, cruisers, fucking. What's this? What's this hex code right there? A Kinglet Scout over here. It's number 189. Okay, something was sitting in a hangar. I don't know which one, but oh, it was this farther hangar. Shit. I don't know. Let's see if Oh, I don't think this pallet would hide me anyway. I don't know, man. Has a little electricity, but no fuel. Yeah, I expect that. Expect something like that. But I don't expect it to take like a wide open run. Okay, so there's still a chance. We need to find the freaking. Okay, so it's near -3622. Hold on. We gotta find. I think it's SUP that it'll be listed under. Near that. To find it, the one we were riding in. SUV sounded more like, probably one of the SUVs. I don't know what SUP is. I think that's a surfboard, actually. It tells us when it was spawned in. Okay, well, not one of the SUPs, it's fine. First of all, X is near -2,000, right? -20,000. So we start there, maybe. Probably. Oh, maybe it's cruiser. I don't know. Anyways, the scout is, -20, so maybe it's -30,000-ish. Maybe. Alright, I got a better idea, actually. Let me just change the global. Block all these damages. And just run, man. Because I ain't got time to mess with that. Heist is still on. We just gotta, get to this hangar over here. And hopefully there's not an asshole sentry that just blows up planes, comes running by it. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom then. We'll try this. We'll try this. Alright, so let's do this to re-enable achievements. Look at our beautiful thief. Eye patch, kilt. A true gentleman. A true pilot. A true plane thief. Alright, let's do this. Where that complex is. It's not the airfield. I know that. So in third person, the fucking arrows just go through him. And why the hell did I jump on that? What the fuck? Okay. Forgot to turn back on the damage stuff. Oops. That was just the game's way of reminding me to do that. That's all that was. See, I don't know how we're gonna get past all the sentries with the damn ultravision. See across the map. It's not viable. Alright. That's a short patrol route. I'm gonna have to do this. Just have to. Just in case. I decided to zero in on exactly where I am. Because I'm just not dealing with that. So I just gotta wait a minute. Here we go. Try not to open anything, just to not give them cause. Plenty of puppets. Sentry over there. losing? I don't know. I'm just hoping it notices me. I need it to notice me. I need them not to notice me at the same time, though. I'd like her to make an aggro sound, jeez. Did this sentry just fucking hear this puppet die? Like I seem to fucking hear everything. You think we can get out of here with bingo fuel? Barely any fuel. Not a lot of fuel. I think if we run it... barely back on the interstate, maybe circle around. I don't know how much that fuel will last us. But 100 units of fuel... thinking we can do it. I think we can do it. Got them all looking the other way. I say we go for it. Try to lift it up barely, land it in that open field, and then get the car back, bring it back around, and just fuel from there. Alright, I've made my decision. I've made my peace. We're gonna try it. We're gonna hope for the best. This is the Great Plane Heist. Alright. Did that. All we have to do is taxi it. A bit. No, we did the taxiing. We lifted it out, and then we gotta head southwest from the from. I don't have the advanced compass, but good thing I have enough wherewithal to know the basic cardinal directions, unlike the average Joe. So now all I gotta do is get back to the van, drive it all the way over here, and fuel up. The net loss in change in fuel is going to be the same. Well, no. How about this? Let's taxi this on the way there. Taxi this. Try to taxi it close. Well, no. This is a good field to launch it from. So, just going to be doing this. That went pretty well, all things considered. It's not the yellow one we wanted originally, because the fucking asshole Sentry blew it up for no reason. But it works. Took less work than expected. Didn't even have to use all our car battery. We got out there on a bit of fuel. The high tops are holding up fine. Our energy's holding up fine. We got our nutrients. Got our big boy nutrients. Got our big boy Max and Mike's. Though I should probably keep more fat, I'm guessing. I don't know what a good body fat percentage is. I'm used to 0% body fat myself. Oh, or rather, undetectable amounts. I don't know, maybe equipment was busted. Anyways. Just make sure that the global configurations are allowed. Okay, yeah, they are allowed everything. Good. Good, good, good. Pretty neato, my dude. You know, let us indulge. How about that? Before we take off to find the airfield, celebratory cheeseburger. I mean, that's only half the journey, right? The second half is actually getting to the airfield and landing safely. But I think we can do it. I believe in us. That was just a little cheat, because I was curious about what that other, that thing in the distance could be, and it looks like it's that big old thing in the distance. That other big square on the map. Why'd I do that again? Just so that I have it when I'm feeling in the mood. In the groove. Bitch. Bitch. for having no archery skill. You're a natural. That's Bob. Natural at everything he does. He's a gifted child. Alright, gosh. These fucking puppets are gifted. I'm getting quite the archery education on this journey.
John Dick here, thanking you for joining us for another glorious battle. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, scrub? Sign up and rank up. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
Radio stop.
As time goes by,
So long, fair police officer vehicle. Yeah, we're gonna go southwesterly towards that big tower, I guess. It's the second leg of the journey, finding home and landing safely. What the fuck? What the hell? What the hell? Just... what? How in the heck? Just go back to goddamn... It's like I lost complete fucking control of the vehicle. Now it's freezing. Fucking. It's set. Fucking 7. God damn it. I'm going around the goddamn dark. Disable these nuts, bitch. Shut up. There, we made it fucking home. Piece of shit. Ugh. Ugh. fucking sense? Just tilting on this fucking... Hold on. Alt controls probably, right? Right. Fucking... And if we press Alt, it's probably uses mouse controls. What are we doing here? Vehicles. I can't even figure it out. That was completely... Let me actually... Hold on. Maybe there is something I can change in the fucking controls. Somehow, because... I don't know. For some reason, Alt just changes steering modes or camera modes. It's not something I wanted to do. I guess it is tied to your free look mode. Ugh, that should be bound differently for vehicles. Honestly. Heck and heck, what's F2? Anyways. So yeah, it's something about the vehicle that's not put in the vehicle settings, which is being able to stop Alt from locking your fucking camera. And when you do it in an airplane, it changes your controls to mouse controls. Whatever, man. Whatever. Don't need this shit. Don't need this shit. Yeah, you better be feeling slightly chilling. We're back to being Bob. Being Bob and having fun. Having the kind of fun that only Bobs can have. Probably need to go buy a pilot outfit. Just pretend the heist was successful, because it pretty much was. Like, God. Until fucking, I wasn't pitching down. I was pitching right up. I know. I could fly it out of the airfield. I could fly it out in the fucking... Ugh. Well, we only lost a backpack. Great plane heist, man. Let's see if we can park it in there. How about that? How about that? I'm gonna be disappointed if the airplane doors can't even handle the wingspan of an airplane. That's all I know. Okay, barely it seems. Treat me like I don't know how to fucking pilot a plane. Fucking assmongers. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. There you go. There you go. Plane parking. How about that? I'm still. I don't know. It's the perfect time to play the Blue Station. How about that? Find that. Yeah. Yeah. Just gotta go straight to the bar. Bullshit. Going fucking great until goddamn. Until goddamn. You know, it's just until goddamn. That's about all we gotta say about that. Just gonna drink all my troubles away.
I'm gonna roll down the river now, and I ain't taking anybody back where we're going from here.
Rather fucking smoke.
Work, sleep, repeat. All I ever do is work, sleep, repeat.
Well, I woke up early in the driving rain and found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose for the cat trick. Then it was Sunday. Well, that morning came and morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said I ain't got no money if you cannot pay me away with these dancing shoes. Thought I was kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me? I can't count on anymore. Till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, nothing to do, 'cause ain't nothing around. Time goes like I got pretty lonely. When that preacher there came ring my bell, tell me a lot about heaven and a lot about hell. I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? I thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me? I can't count on anymore. Till the angels come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the
It's like I'm bleeding out my ass.
The world outside is mad and cold. You don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say. God Almighty, till that day. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house.
Don't want to hear goddamn singing in my blues.
And I'm walking to the
you wanna go.
Country station really is the best station.
someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. We laughed and joked and skipped along the way. Wondered if we'd ever be nostalgic for these days when we are old and gray.
sad old man in a dark cafe. I asked him what he's living for. He said, not much these days. You are young, you best be on your way. If you wanna be a fiddler, to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. All day and on into the night, got there just before the shining early morning light. When it was such a sight, is you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. You're dreaming you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. But do it, yeah, don't just wait and see, 'cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away.
This is my life now.
You're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away.
How in the hell is this something loose?
It's too big to beg and answer. In a crazy romance, give me
See if we can break C3. Come on. I don't know if we're gonna make it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Dang it. Just gonna have to sleep this one off.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Shut up, drone. Shut up, the flying baby. Sure, how about this one? Get up. Fuck it. Gotta go buy something. Oh, oops, should have put those in, whatever. Who cares, mate? None of this matters. Nothing matters. Fucking puppet's not making any noise anymore, just period. Whatever, man, just hold on, I'll be with you this fucking second. His face or the fucking music.
troubles and moving Memphis. Maybe change my name. Ever since you left me, cried out your door. I'll never be the same. I'll never be the same.
trying to rob the place, I guarantee you, I'm well armed. Bye.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around.
Just buy some freaking clothes.
So, what will it be? So, what will it be? So, what will it be?
Have a nice day.
Stranger. right. Let's do this. Very well.
Probably have to verify the integrity of my game files. Really? Just... desmoke. I might just be done. So this vehicle just took over my vehicle's ID and decided to spawn here. We might just be getting our yellow plane after all. Fuck the police. Either way, I'm just gonna take a break after fueling up with this last canister. feel better when I come back, probably. Who knows? Who knows? I think actually for this break I'm gonna put on a fucking talk, man. I just will, because I realized that I paused that emotions thingy, emotions talk in the middle of it and didn't restart it. So excited for the great airplane heist. Fuck me. Anyways, listen to it in the rain, sure.
Hello, and welcome to Press Y to Cry, generating emotions in video game narrative. My name's Andrew Walsh, a writer, director, and narrative designer who's worked in TV, theatre, film, animation, and comics. I've also got 85 games credits to my name, including Prince of Persia, Fable Legends, The Division 2, Watch Dogs Legion, and I'm currently working as a senior writer with Guerrilla Games, as well as a lead writer on an NDA project. I'm also involved with the Writers Guild of Great Britain's Video Games Committee, and I hope you can come along to some of the events that we organise. So today, we've got half an hour to look at emotions in video games. I've got a lot to cover, so I will be moving quickly. Now, the aim of this talk is to give you a set of toolkits and to analyse emotion in games and see how techniques from other media need to be adapted to fit into interaction. Please note that I said toolkit and analyse. I'm not giving you a strict, rigid process. What I want to do is give you a set of things that you can use at any point in the process to analyse the emotion that you find in games. Okay, so let's get started. How did I come to choose this subject and title? Well, way back in the mists of time, EA published this as an advert. It was intended to start a debate about the creative goals for the industry and to set down a challenge. Could you make video games that made players cry? By this stage, the medium was already decades old, and yet while music, books, films, TV and theatre knew how to create all sorts of emotional change in people, to some it appeared that this new immersive medium wasn't able to explore the same range of emotional responses, despite it being immersive. Why? Well, two sets of very clever people tried to solve this problem, but humanity being humanity, they each tried to solve it from opposite ends, often without talking to each other and sometimes in direct conflict. On one side of this divide were the programmer designers, who were forging the code, verbs and models that modern games rely on today. They were defining interactivity. But many of these individuals saw emotion and story as problematic. Games were about verbs and interactivity. Emotion and story, where it was to be found, should and could only be emergent. And even though many leading luminaries on this side of the divide continue to talk about emotion and immersion, the question, can a computer make you cry, for many morphed from a challenge to a statement. A game can't make you cry. Stories don't need games don't need stories, was the cry. All of which is nuts. Sure, you don't need a linear narrative in a game, but all games are emotional. Triumph, loss, joy, frustration, elation. We define the games that we play by the emotions that they make us feel, meaning that emotion itself is interactive. In fact, when games fail to create an emotional response in the player, that's because they've ceased to immerse or challenge them, and in that case, they've ceased to be a game. Yet despite that, many people on the designing and programming side rejected or ignored emotion. In fact, things got so bad that one chap had to go away and write a book reminding people that games were supposed to be, fun. Now remember, there were two sides involved here, and on the other side of the divide were writers and storytellers. After all, reasoned many an executive, if we need to tell stories and explore emotion, we should go to the experts in doing this. We'll get some screenwriters and novelists and they will bring a whole understanding and toolkit for emotion straight into our industry. Simple, right? Well, the problem is that many of those talented individuals and the execs who employed them brought problems as well as solutions. Just as many early filmmakers had simply set up their cameras and filmed theatre plays, people seemed to think that they could make games in just the same way that they made films. They thought that players should come to them and find their meaning, just as audiences did in cinema. They were sure that if only the people making games fitted the interactivity in around or to the side of the incredible filmic experiences they were making, then the door to emotion in games would be opened. And it's not like either of the sides were completely wrong. No one had come up with the solutions at that time, and they were trying to build a whole new industry. And it made sense to embrace emergence and interactivity, as that's what made the medium different. But it also made sense as a medium that games should explore and generate a wider range of emotions than they were. The two sides needed to stop solving the problem from the end and start it from the middle. They needed to focus on the player. Now, the legacy of this divide continues to today. You will still hear people that were proposing the use of hero's journey in games. You will still hear people telling you that the only true game is emergent. Whereas actually, the player is often sitting in the middle. To get there, let me ask a strange and difficult question. Who is feeling the emotion in your game? I mean, it sounds obvious. I just said the player, right? Well, yeah, but how often have you heard developers talking about war is hell and how they want to put the player right into the realities of combat? But is that really what they want? To expose the player to some of the worst horrors of humanity, to tear them apart with a set of emotions that cause PTSD and an increased chance of suicide? What's the question really, can games tear your soul apart in the name of entertainment? At the heart of the problem is a confusion between the emotions we're exploring in the game and the emotions we actually want the player to feel. And where we fail to align the emotional content of the game with the emotional reaction of the player will be left either feeling confused, amused, angry, or feeling nothing at all. The dreaded ludonarrative dissonance will eject them from the game. So how do we fix that? Well, for each game that we make, for each moment in the game and each emotion that we're exploring, we need to ask if it is a simulation, a representation, or an abstraction. For a simulation, the emotion in the game matches the one that we seek to trigger directly in the player. Here we want the player to feel exactly what's in the game. For a representation, the emotion in the game doesn't match the one that we seek to trigger in the player. It's triggered indirectly, or both. Here, we put some distance between the emotion in the game and the player's emotion. And to bridge this gap, the player will need to interpret what we've given them. Abstraction. In an abstraction, we present the emotions only as a concept. We don't intend the player to have an emotional reaction at this point. Okay, let's look at each of these in turn. Simulation. In this VR simulation game, the player is asked to walk over a plank that's suspended over a big drop. Here, the emotional reaction the developer seeks to create calls on the player's own natural response to heights. The game intends to generate fear directly in the player. In a Formula One driving simulation, the intention is to create the same emotional experience for the player as if they were driving the real car. Exactly what Sid Meier was asking for. But remember though, when we're talking about emotions, we're not necessarily simulating the environment or the subject. Pong is not a tennis simulator. There's no tennis court and the rules are different. Pong is a skill game. What's important here is that the emotions the game intends to create, success, win, loss, are the ones that the game intends to generate directly in the player. The emotions match the mechanics. Such emotional simulations can be so powerful that they're being used to change how people behave in the real world. Some companies are putting people into virtual situations to help them recognize racial or gender bias in themselves when interviewing. Doctors are being trained how to tell patients bad news. In each case, the participants enter the scenario as themselves and are then asked to respond to it directly. The emotions they're intended to feel are the ones that they would be feeling if they were in the real situation. But when it comes to representation, the experience is no longer direct. The game places something between the player and the emotion in the game. An obvious example of that would be a character. If we were to take the same VR training and the same doctor, but we were to ask the doctor to play a character this time, then the scenario would switch from being a simulation to a representation. Same doctor, same scenario, same emotional content, but the doctor wouldn't be playing and feeling as themselves. The emotion is no longer direct. We've changed the way that we've asked the participant to react to it, so we've changed the experience. Similarly, when the plank game puts the player in a place where they're asked to feel the terror of crossing over that divide, when we put a character in the place, it's no longer the player who's in virtual danger. It's the character. Here, the game doesn't ask the player to feel the same emotions as the character. Instead of terror, the game is asking us to feel thrill or excitement, or to feel scared for the character rather than from ourselves. So we're putting a distance here between the player's own feelings and those in a game. Why would we want to do that? Well, for a start, interpretation isn't necessarily bad. Interpretation is itself an active verb. It's a way to make emotion interactive. Another plus with representation is it can allow us to present the player with a wider range of experiences than we can in straight simulation. We don't want to expose players to the true horror of war, but we can represent it. We can use a character as a barrier to this negative emotion. This can give the player an emotional distance to explore such difficult subjects. Using this technique, the character can be put through all sorts of potentially negative emotional states such as loss, rage, grief, hate, revenge, without asking the player to experience those emotions themselves directly. As the character feels loss, the player can feel sorry for them. They can connect to the character, but without feeling exactly the same emotion that's in the game. And it's not just emotion that representation can filter. Just as Pong distills tennis into a simpler interactive and emotional experience, we can deconstruct other scenarios into their emotional components to find a way that suits our game or the emotions that we want to explore. When we portray love in a game, for instance, we're generally not presenting the player with the whole experience, just as we don't with war. In a lot of dating games, we don't deal with the choice of what to wear, the stress of another person taking 20 minutes to text back. Generally, games seek to shorten and focus the experience. The design wants to find the active verbs, not the moments of sitting and waiting for the text. But in doing so, we are taking the player away from that simulation. We're taking them out of the real experience, and that requires them to interpret and believe. In a shorter time than it takes in a real date to cover, how did you get here tonight? Fancy a drink? Oh my god, you're into Paratopia too? Shepard in the game is already asking you to bang X for some transstellar interspecies frolicking. The game shortcuts that experience to give the player the representation, and with it comes the risk that we eject them out of that experience. Is that what happens? Well, anyone who's been stuck on a table next to someone explaining the complex physical gymnastics they'd like to perform with Garrus, while the person next to them keeps shouting, "But he's a fascist," will tell you that representation can indeed elicit very strong emotional responses in players. We have to be aware of the change and build around it and take it into account, but we can still create emotion. Abstraction, though, is where the emotion is represented only as a concept. We don't expect an emotional response from the player here. A good example of that would be player stats. When a stat changes, there's not an expectation that the player will then suddenly feel an increase of 10% affection, trust or suspicion in themselves. They may experience a sense of achievement, but the stat's not there to provoke a direct emotional response. Okay, so simulation, representation and abstraction can help you bridge the divide between emergence and authored narrative. It defines how you're aligning the content in the game and the player's emotional response to it. Please note too that this isn't a set of 3 distinct options, it's a spectrum. Each decision we make about our game can move the player closer to simulation or to abstraction, so we can fine-tune the player's relationship with the game and emotions as we go. Note too that many games contain a mix of all 3 elements, sometimes even in the same moment. Role-playing games, for example, are generally representations that find moments to move the player closer to simulation, whilst at the same time defining elements of the character's emotional makeup through abstract stats. Alright, so we've talked about who is feeling. Let's discuss what they're supposed to be feeling. The emotional content of an experience is often called its theme. To some people, or for some projects, theme can come quickly and naturally. For others, it's hard to distill the whole experience down to a few words. So here's a way that we can look at themes for games. You can have a simple theme, or you can have a complex theme. A simple theme is just a topic, and that topic can be a subject or an emotion. For more complex themes, we take the topic and select a lens through which we'll examine it. Essentially, we take the topic and we ask questions about it. Now, when we're asking those questions, if we're creating our own project, we often start with theme. What do I want to say? Then you can find the best mechanics to explore it. But chances are, if you're hired to work on someone else's game, that a lot of the mechanics, art, and even story sections might pre-exist your arrival. So in those cases, you need to look at what exists and find a theme that suits them. And a good place to start, as my role that I have shown you, is with genre. So here we are back with the plank game again. Genre is the type of game that you're making, and it can be great. You can make great games with simple emotions and simple themes. All that this game asks for is the simple theme of fear. It works by delivering that emotion directly to the player. So the chances are, if you try and use crossing the plank as a way to examine the fall of Western civilization, you're probably going to be overdoing it. And adding such complexities can actually push the player out and away from the emotions that you want them to feel. Where you want the player to enter an emotional state swiftly or feel it directly, try to minimize interpretation, and that means keeping the theme simple. Other games like Pong or FIFA or Formula One simulators set out challenges of skill instead of focusing on a single emotional response. But the player is still responding directly in a simulation. So a simple theme of challenge can work here. The problem is that whilst these are really great games, they're all quite similar. Their verb sets are all about timing and reaction. As a result, they only explore a narrow band of emotions. This is where many designers got stuck at the time of the Great Divide. And it meant that the range of games produced only appealed to certain players. To widen the pool of players, they needed to widen the pool of verbs, and some verbs don't fit simulations as well. Kick, run, drive can work quickly in simulations because they don't need interpretation. But you can't talk, romance, explore, interpret or negotiate to win on a button press, not without understanding the wider context in which that action is set. And context means a more complex theme. A lens takes the topic and asks questions about them, and those questions can give our gameplay verbs context. Take love as a topic. You can look at it in all sorts of ways. Are we saying that love is good or bad? Are we saying it's good or bad for the character? Theme gets us to ask important questions. Why does the character hate love? What situations will provoke the character to question their feelings, and what role does the player take? What do we want them to feel about the theme? These are the very questions that the character and the story need to ask about the theme as we progress through the experience. It's where the emotions come from. Now, if you find short descriptions like this don't actually convey the emotion, you can always write them out as a sentence, and then build out as mind maps, mood boards, whatever works for you. If you're stuck for a theme, you can start by having the list of questions and then boil it down to get to here. Just make sure that when you get there, the central theme is clear and concise. That way it's easier to communicate to yourself, to the rest of the team, and to the player. And don't forget the player or the game verbs. Just because the game can allow a more complex theme doesn't mean you can lob in any theme that you want without consequence. The theme still has to be one that can investigate with the genre, setting, and verbs that you've been given or that you've given yourself. Aligning the verbs in the theme is the biggest step that you can take to align the game's emotional content to the player's emotional reaction. Now, does that mean that we can't challenge the genre? Absolutely not. Spec Ops: The Line takes war as the topic for its theme. That meets the player's genre expectations. The game also embraces a lot of the expected gameplay tropes from the gameplay genre. That also meets the player's genre expectations for a shooter. In doing these two things, the game produces a satisfying experience that keeps the player engaged and immersed. So it's a good shooter. So what's the fuss about? Well, having brought the player in, Spec Ops then turns the lens on the topic of war and begins to ask questions about the mental impact that conflict can have on the soldiers that fight it, and in particular, the character that we're playing. Interestingly, one of the ways that the game examines war's negative mental impact on the character is by moving the player between simulation and representation. In changing the player's distance from the character, it simulates the way that the character is mentally separating themselves from the actions in the game. Now, by inviting the player into what appears to be a recognisable situation, it's a shooter, then aligning the player with the character, the game's theme is able to contradict the gameplay experience the player is expecting to have. In fact, it tells them, spoiler, that everything they've been doing is wrong. And it manages to do that while keeping the player in the experience. Now, an important way that Spec Ops achieved this is it did it over a matter of time. Game designers design for immersion. Creating immersion is a balancing act. Increase the complexity of a game too fast over time and it can become frustrating for the player. Increase it too slowly and it can become boring. Both risk breaking immersion and ejecting the player out of the game. And it's the same for emotional immersion. Introduce new context, emotions, or information too quickly or too slowly, and the player can be dropped out of the experience. The good news is, it also means that new context, emotions, or information can be used by game designers as one of the things to keep the player engaged within the game over time. 9 hours in, you're shooting guys again, but now you're doing it to rescue your buddy. Okay, so we've talked about what we're saying, but how do we communicate emotion in the game? And let's go and look at some of those verbs that we've been talking about. We can tell emotion, we can show emotion, and we can do emotion. Tell. Okay, what's this guy feeling? No idea. Oh, so now we know that the character is happy. Telling is a quick and direct way that avoids the need for interpretation. When we tell, we are simply informing the player what the character is feeling as fact. But this can be emotionally unsatisfying. Without context, the player is likely to take the information and not feel a response. We're close in this form to an abstraction. We can show. So here we can show that the character is happy. In showing, we're asking the player to interpret. So there is a risk that they might get it wrong, hopefully not with smiling. But on the positive side, we are making the player active. And we're also asking them to respond as they would on seeing a smile in real life. That means that showing is closer to a simulation. It also means that showing is more likely to generate an emotional response in the player than telling. It's a stronger method. And we can do emotions. Can we? Well, this can work. But even though we've added interactivity, this is really just telling with a button. The problem with press Y or to cry or X to be happy is it assumes emotions are turned off and on in both the player and the character. Or that by adding interactivity, we change something into something greater just by making it a doing action. Okay, it does shift us on by involving the player a bit, but we're still telling the player, so let's rate this as telling plus. Note also that this is not just representing how the character feels, it's representing a change in the character's emotion. And that's because interaction is better at action than passivity. This is one way that games are different from films and books. It's not that we can do things, it's that not doing things can be confusing or difficult to represent. And that means when we talk about interactivity, we often have to combine tell, show, and do to communicate certain emotions and story points in the strongest way possible. We can tell or show the context so that we can do the moment of change. Okay, so if this is only telling plus, how can we improve do to match the things that I've been talking about? Well, remember our theme. We need a lens, we need context. By shifting to pet the dog, we've created an emotional context. It's exactly the same mechanic, press X, the same result, the same representation, but because we've asked the player to interpret not just an emotion, but an emotional situation, the player's more likely to respond with an emotional response. They're more likely to feel. We're closer to a simulation, and one that's been proven to work rather well. But can we do this with more complex emotions than happy? Well, the more complex the emotion, the sillier it can feel to communicate it by tell. And the harder it can be for the player to just read the emotion from show. Is this character more conflicted, or are they constipated? Here is somewhere where perhaps do can come into its own. What we can do is give the player a moral dilemma. Pet the dog or kick the dog. Such situations can create moral conflict not just for the character, but also for the player. Well, they may, but remember we've added another layer of complexity, and that means there's an increased chance the player won't feel what's intended. Part of the issue here is that the choice is binary. Some people would never kick the dog, meaning that this was never going to be a choice, so they never are going to feel morally conflicted. At least not about the choice. They might now feel conflicted about the character. What an asshole for even considering kicking the dog. Other people will kick the dog because they find it funny, even if the character doesn't. And in both situations, we divorce the player from the character, the situation, and the emotion. The same can be true if we add an outcome. Pet the dog for a 10% increase in trust. Kick the dog for a 10% decrease in trust. Here we need to ask ourselves, is the player now making a moral decision or a game decision? In each case, a big part of the problem is the fact that this choice is happening in a vacuum. To really make this count, in a linear case or even in an emergent case, because I know this feels like it's linear, it's also true in emergent cases. To really make this count, to align the player with the theme, character and emotion, they need thematic context. Let's imagine if the game's theme is one of the ones that we discussed earlier, love is hate. Here the character is faced with a loving action and a hateful one. And so when the player chooses, they're using that choice to interrogate the character's feelings. If we communicate our theme, the player should understand why the character is facing this choice and what the emotional responses from the player, what from the emotional response from the character are after the player has made the choice. Context is vital to bring us into this, because now we're attached to the character and can understand why we're making the choice. It allows us to attach more emotion to the situation. So that brings us to the question, why does the player feel emotion? Well, in simulations, this should be obvious. As we've said, the player is responding to the emotion in the mechanics. There's always a chance that they won't understand, but as the mechanics are the context, the player should really know what to feel and why they're feeling it. I drove fast, I'm excited. For representation, though, we need context, and that context can come from story. That's not to say that every story needs to be linear or even authored, but it does need context. And when we think of story in games, it's often helpful to think about setting up a series of emotional boxes. Each box contains an emotion and a set of questions and a question about it that relates to your theme. Box, emotion, question. For each box, you need to think about the context that the player has when they approach it. What will the genre have told them? What elements of the game will have they experienced? Will the player have the context to interpret the emotion in each box, just as they did with the moral question over the dog? Where the answer is no or unclear, you can think of each box as requiring its own mini 3-act structure. What I mean by that is an introduction which sets the context, the middle, which is the emotion and how it's split between tell, do and show, and as a result, simulation, representation or abstraction. And at the end, some sort of emotional payoff or state change for both the player and the character at the end. Now that can be as simple as I have the ball, I kick the ball, I score a goal, yay! Or it can be more complex. So let's look at an emotional moment in a game that's all about simulation, that's told through representation, and see how it deals with one of its emotional boxes. Or in this case, a cube. In the first Portal game, the player enters a chamber and encounters the weighted companion cube. In essence, this is the same as the functional storage cubes they've encountered elsewhere, only this one has a heart drawn on it.
Alright, we're gonna think about our friendly emotional companion cube later. Let's just, as you know, take to the skies with this damn thing. Bloody hell. Didn't even leave it alone in the center. I don't fucking care. Fuck you, sentries. Fuck all of you. I just drive this. Let's see if we can make our way out of here. I see what the problem is. I see. Invert the airplane. Mouse Y, of course. Why didn't I? Now I can fly with the alt. up with the... Okay. That could explain it. Still, we gotta figure out where our landing pad is. Alright, I see the bridge. I'm pretty sure it's on that island somewhere. Let's get low so that we can, I don't know, approach it low. That's our bridge that we're thinking about. Further this way. Wouldn't have been a hard flight at all. Come on there. God, we can even see our wall in the distance glowing. Approach it from here. We'll be fine. Why, he just disappeared? Okay. Whatever, man. Guess we can hear about the companion cube now.
The player is told to pick it up and to carry it through the level. As the player encounters the cube and continues through the level, the new emotional context comes from a handful of lines from the antagonist GLaDOS. The cube is not a threat, but you're not to care for it. Now, up to this point, the player's only contact with the world, with any other being, has been with GLaDOS. But by this stage, the player is beginning to doubt her. Our suspicion gives context to what we're doing. So the telling here becomes more than that. We're suspicious, so we doubt, so we interpret, we interrogate. The fact that the things that we're told are contradictory also invites us to find our own truth in it, deepening the telling. When the player reaches the end of the level, the player is asked to euthanize the cube, essentially to press X to kick the dog. But it's not a dog, it's a cube, a box, that says and does nothing. Yet player after player reached the incinerator and looked for a way to cheat the test so that they didn't have to destroy the cube, only to realise there is no choice. They had to drop it into the pit. What the team does brilliantly in the space of one level is make you care. For a cube. In fact, most of the dialogue in this level is written for after this moment, with GLaDOS insisting that you have to destroy the cube. The team had constructed something where they knew and could predict the player's emotional reactions to the character's situation. They knew that they were going to have to cope with the fact that the player hadn't dropped the box in there. Now, to achieve this, Portal ticked all the boxes we discussed earlier. Just like Spec Ops, Portal embraces the gameplay genre, allowing the player to become immersed in the mechanics so they can add complexity elsewhere. Portal builds its theme from the game's abstract, repeated gameplay. What would otherwise have been a series of excellent but disconnected puzzles becomes something deeper. As the player completes abstract task after abstract task, they begin to wonder who they are, what their role is in this world, and whether they have any power over it. The team created a story of free will. The cube, like the player, is an innocent trapped in this bizarre environment. And we're used to being bossed around by GLaDOS. We now want to reject what we're being told. So when we reach the end, when we reach the incinerator, we're identifying with the cube. The companion cube in this world is the same as the player. And this pushes the game from abstract mechanics through representation and into simulation. The result being people-developed feelings for a cube. Can a computer make you cry? Yes, it can. So to sum up, when you're examining emotion in games, there are four main things that are useful to think about. Who is feeling the emotion in your game? Simulation, representation, abstraction. What emotion is the player supposed to feel? Theme, genre. How do we communicate emotion in a game? Tell, show, do. And why does the player feel emotion? Context, structure. By looking at emotion as interactive, as something to interpret, you can go forth and help the player to fall in love, cry, hope, dream and explore another 1,000 different emotions, all while keeping them in the game. Good luck. Thank you very much for coming along today. I hope that's very useful for you. Have fun and be emotional out there.
Alright, that was talk about tutorial. It has Overwatch. Those so it's not even for nobody from Blizzard even hosts that talk. Whatever. Alright, let's do Shadow of the Colossus, a technical perspective. Why not? Why not?
I would like to thank everybody for attending this talk. There are a lot of great opportunities out there, and I'm flattered that you're here. I'll let you know that there are a couple of bonus slides at the end of this presentation that I won't have time to cover. However, this talk and its slides will be available on the GDC Vault, and or you can just reach out to me directly if you're interested. And also, please don't forget to fill out your evaluation forms at the end. I'm pretty sure I need the feedback. So, now that you are here, whether intentional or you just realize that you're in the wrong room, you're most likely wondering, who the hell is this guy? Well, my name is Peter Dalton, and I am the technical director for Blue Point Games. As you can tell from the gray in my beard, I've been around for a little while. I've been working in the games industry for over 18 years, and I will never leave. I love my job, I love the insanely hard problems, and I love the talented people that I'm surrounded by. Over the 11 plus titles that I have shipped, my specialties revolve around core engine development, streaming, memory, performance. I like to believe that it is my job to basically make shit happen. So, Blue Point Games. Perhaps you've heard of us, the masters of the remaster. I have to thank Digital Foundry for that title. Seriously, the Digital Foundry guys are amazing. Their technical reviews are spot on, and Blue Point is tired of me ranting about how our frame rate and frame pacing must be perfect, or Digital Foundry will call us out. Blue Point has made a name for itself by remastering games, many of which I'm hoping you've heard of. We've been blessed to work with titles that we absolutely love, and from my perspective, it is insanely awesome that I get to see exactly how these games were made. At Blue Point, there are two primary ideals that I try to promote, with number one being quality is the foundation of success. I believe that it is absolutely true for our industry. If you want long-term sustained success, you must have quality to feed it. And number two, every project that we release must be better than our previous release. And hopefully you can see this by looking at the titles at our past projects. The depth at which we remaster projects has grown exponentially, starting with the God of War collection, which involved texture cleanup, to the Uncharted collection, which involved all aspects of the game being modified. In fact, for Shadow, we don't call it a remaster. We coin it a remake, given the complexity of the project. And moving forward to our next project, we coin it a re-envisioning, given that it goes well beyond what we even thought was possible in Shadow. Now, I want to take a minute to show you a video from PSX 2017 showing a comparison between the original Shadow and the PS4 remake to give you a better sense of what we do.
But I mean, I'll skip it. That's like a full fucking minute long, jeez. Alright, back here. There we go. Oh, isn't that great? Looks so great. Remaster is really something else, isn't it?
I feel that it is important that people understand a couple of our overarching goals that we take into each remastering project. Number one, we have to be true to the design of the original game. Number two, we have to respect the decisions of the original game team. And number three, we must not lose the magic of the original game. And if you say to yourself, I can't find the magic in the original, then what the hell are you doing? And number four, we have to acknowledge that it is rarely a black and white answer for what we do, and as a result, there will be lots of internal debates. These debates are good and healthy, and most importantly, they show passion. To help explain our thought process, I like to use an analogy. As a kid growing up, I used to love watching cartoons. Who didn't? I'm sure if you think about it, you had your favorites, certain shows that stand out in your memories. Well, in my case, I love Thundercats and have fond memories. However, if I go back and watch them now or try to show them to my kids, they aren't anything like I remember. What we're trying to do is bring those memories back to life and enable others to have similar experiences. We're trying to recreate the game the original game developer would have released if they had the technology that we have today. So let's take a technical look at the development process that we use at Blue Point when remastering a title. Besides
I
determining
had
whether or
named it
not it makes
closed
business
change,
sense
but
to remaster a
I'm
game,
keeping it closed
there are
chat.
several key factors that must be considered.
Why not?
Number one, we absolutely must have
Hold on,
the
we gotta
access
make
to
it
the
official.
to the released package.
We gotta make
For
it official.
Shadow, this was the final package that was delivered to Sony for distribution. This should include all patches, back-end servers. Basically, we need to be able to run the retail
There we
project
go.
in-house. And number two, we require all the final source code required to rebuild the game's final binaries. Now, there are exceptions. We can work around miscellaneous systems. For example, if we are missing an audio library, chances are we're going to replace the entire system, so no biggie. However, if we are missing gameplay code, it quickly becomes cost prohibitive to reverse engineer those libraries. Other examples include server code, if required, as a bonus. However, we can work around not having it. Tool pipeline code is a bonus. However, we usually don't build our processes around legacy tools and primarily only use them for reference. And finally, any source assets that were used to build the original final distribution package is a bonus, but not mandatory. So looking at the development process that we go through, the goal for the first month is to obtain all the required pieces and to rebuild the game's binaries for the original target platform. We then send this build to our internal QA and run a whole suite of parity tests. I should call out that it is critical to the success of the project that we get these first steps correct. Small errors here will be magnified as we get into full development, leading to wasted time and incorrect decisions being made. Here we feel that taking time to ensure correctness is preparing for success. Moving forward, once we have parity, we upgrade the original title to its latest SDK to make life easier, then rerun all parity tests. Basically, we make incremental changes and verify parity through all steps. Take Shadow, for example. Very early on, we decided that we were going to use the remastered PS3 version as our base. At that point, QA ran extensive parity tests between the PS2 and the PS3 version, combed old bug databases, searched the web for user feedback, etc. Concurrently, engineering got the game up and running on the PS3, converted to the latest SDKs, we localized all Japanese code comments, rearranged code libraries to make us happy, and then reran all parity tests, and we fixed the issues before moving forward. At Bluepoint, every developer at their desk has full access to our target platform, which for Shadow was a PS4, and the original game, which in this case was a PS3 dev kit. Programmers are expected to debug and play the game on the PS3 dev kit to determine original code intent and purpose and to diagnose parity issues. We do the same thing for all other departments. Art always has full access to both platforms and are expected to be familiar with both. And in the case of Shadow, QA went the extra mile and threw the PS2 into the mix. Only after parity is verified do we start porting the code to the target platform. Porting is usually a 1 to 2 man project that takes approximately 2 to 3 weeks before we have the code compiling. During this phase, we are more interested in just getting everything to compile on the new platform, not porting it. Basically, we try not to lie to ourselves and pretend that we know how everything works, and instead we're using this time to familiarize ourselves with the code base. We create pound defines to disable whole systems, mark up changes we have made to the original code, with the most important goals being, number one, to get the code to compile and link, which is harder than it sounds, and number two, make it trivial to identify where we have modified original code. So, congratulations. After about 2 months, you have a binary that you can launch on your target platform. Not only did you get the game to compile, you got it to link, which was a huge pain in the ass, but you can't help but want to play the game, so you hit run, and boom. Everything blows up. In fact, the breakpoint that you put at main never got hit. You blew up during pre-init, the call stack doesn't make any sense, and everything feels broken. Memory is being requested.
It's just a normal day.
You have 32 to 64-bit compatibility issues, plenty of code assumptions that a pointer fits in a uint32. And resource files are being requested. In fact, where the hell is the file system? And you have Indian issues everywhere. And how do you deal with memory map files that assume a 32-bit pointer? At this point, you can't help but wonder what you've gotten yourself into, and does it make sense to assign this task to another engineer? At this point, I must tell myself to stop being a little bitch and just keep pushing forward.
I like this guy.
So, given that the first step is just to get the game to compile on the target platform, the next step is to get the game to main, and then to the main loop. The main loop will be pretty much commented out at this point. However, our goal is to get the game running, displaying nothing but a black screen. Getting to a black screen is a critical milestone for us. It is really the point at which the entire team of engineers can really start piling onto the project and looking at their respective domains. It is the point at which momentum really starts to pick up. So I want to stop for a second, and I want to share a little bit of Bluepoint history. With all the projects that we've worked on before Shadow of the Colossus, we would work within the realm of the original code base. We would rewrite low-level platform code to work on the new target platform. We would build a new rendering system to handle the needs of the game. Tools and processes would be adapted to closely fit those of the original development team. The problem was that with every new project, it felt like we were completely starting over. Code would end up being very tied to a specific title and thus not moved from project to project. The team, art, engineering, including QA, all needed to relearn processes as we moved from game to game. Basically, it started to conflict with our ideal that each project needs to be better than the previous. So, for Shadow of the Colossus, we completely revamped how we work. We made a point of building reusable technology and processes that evolve from project to project rather than being recreated. This requires a deeper commitment to processes and long-term planning rather than just solely focusing on immediate goals. So we took our Bluepoint engine, dusted it off, and started to make a major investment. For reference, the Bluepoint engine is a proprietary engine and has been around for quite a while. In fact, it has been licensed and used to ship several titles. However, it was time for it to evolve. Now, getting back to the goal of getting the game running. We achieved this goal by merging the original code with the Bluepoint engine. Basically, we structure the code libraries so that the original game is built on top of the Bluepoint engine. This allows the Bluepoint engine to provide all platform-centric systems such as memory, threading, file I/O, rendering, etc. For us, it is key to keep in mind which original game systems we want to port to the target platforms and which ones will be replaced by Bluepoint systems. Basically, we don't want to waste time porting a system that will just be replaced in the future. With that said, I think it is important to make one clarification. Okay? When it comes to gameplay systems, AI, character logic, etc., we want to keep all of the original systems intact. While we will fully replace core systems, with gameplay we take a much more surgical approach to fixing and enhancing. Next, I want to take a minute to discuss Bluepoint's approach to game assets. While it is ideal that we get the source assets from the original game team, and we do to varying levels of success, we do not depend upon them. Rather, we only use them for reference. The reason that we don't use source assets as a starting point is that they're often wrong or incomplete. Teams are notorious for not checking everything into source control. Often local file changes or P4 shelf changes are used to build the final package, creating very difficult to find parity issues. This is exaggerated when dealing with patches, as the likelihood of a one-off local change increases. To eliminate this concern, we spend around 2 months extracting all the data within the original distribution package to BBE-compatible formats. We also assume that before we ship, we will have the need to edit every type of data, not just key file formats. While this is time-consuming, it has several key benefits. Number one, we know that the data that we have is exactly the data that's shipped. And number two, we actually learn a lot about how the game is constructed, allowing us to make smarter decisions moving forward. Understanding the content greatly helps us understand the code, enables us to make decisions that work with the original code as opposed to fighting it. And number three, once we have extracted the key file formats and converted them to BPE formats, such as models, animations, skeletons, textures, collision data, these assets are immediately available within our BPE toolset.
Damn, I already
And finally,
have one.
because we are taking full ownership of the data,
Or rather, I already bought one.
We're no longer dependent upon the content pipeline of the original team. We don't need their tools, and we don't need to follow unfamiliar practices. It is actually quite liberating that after the extraction is finished, we follow Bluepoint processes rather than the processes of a remote team that we don't understand. Now, to be completely honest, there are some game-specific file formats that we don't always extract, and we'll take shortcuts. We do, however, regenerate these files, addressing like Indianness and 64-bit compatibility issues, and we spend the time to understand and document their purpose. For example, in Shadow, we did not fully convert all of the pathing data to BPE formats because we figured that we would never change this data. This came back to bite me in the ass, and I'll tell you more about it later.
No, tell me about it now.
So let's take a look at the final results that we achieved in Shadow in relationship to how we integrate two distinct engines. I like to call this the dance. Okay? Without proper planning and coordination, chaos would take over. However, with each engine assuming specific responsibilities, we can create a harmony of technology. What this diagram is trying to illustrate is the responsibilities of each engine. The original Shadow engine maintains sole responsibility for the majority of all gameplay. If there was a gameplay bug or a behavior that we wanted to modify, chances are that we were going to modify the original Shadow codebase. On the other side, the Bluepoint engine handles all core system responsibilities: memory, threading, platform services, along with anything visual. The Bluepoint engine handles the management of the world, the static geometry in the world, the particle systems placed, the lighting, etc. It remains the responsibility of the Shadow engine to create all dynamic game objects such as aggro, wander, and colossi within the Bluepoint engine in order to build a complete scene, which in turn feeds the renderer. Take, for example, Wander, the main character in the game. The original game has a concept, an object representing Wander, and also a link to a BP engine representation of Wander. The original game provides all the simulation logic and pushes matrices and the required state information over to the Bluepoint representation. In turn, the Bluepoint representation can add additional functionality such as head tracking and drives the render to ensure that everything shows up in the final scene. So, let's take a look at the game and break down a scene starring Colossus 6. So, who is responsible for what? Shadow is responsible for all dynamic characters in the scene, in this case, Wander and the Colossus. Shadow is responsible for AI behaviors. When QA would report behavioral problems, we addressed it within the original codebase. Shadow is responsible for collision. In retrospect, this was perhaps a mistake and should have been brought over into BPE in order to make it easier to work with. And Shadow is responsible for building the animation blend trees and building the final pose. Shadow has these responsibilities because the simulation is dependent upon the final pose. It would have been better for us to use BPE systems for animation. However, at the time, intertwining Shadow and BPE processes was very difficult. The eye state of the Colossus was determined by Shadow code, passed to BPE code, where it was managed, used to determine the correct eye color, and drive dynamic shader parameters. It is the Shadow code that handles the simulation of the bones that hang around Wander's waist. These were never lifted into BPE, given that the original coder did such a great job. So that is about where the original Shadow code ends and the BPE engine takes over. BPE handles all rendering and scene management. The entire environment and atmospherics that you see are all handled by BPE. The physics simulation of Wander's poncho is handled by BPE. It is purely visual and needed improvement, and thus all aspects were removed from the Shadow code and moved into Bluepoint. BPE is responsible for the dynamic rings attached to the Colossi. In the original, the rings are static and misaligned. They are now dynamic. And finally, BPE is responsible for all audio and particles within a scene. One way to think about our approach is that we are taking the original game and overlaying visuals and enhanced gameplay. Here's another scene with a path node's debug display enabled. The blue lines simply show available connections between nodes, while the purple line shows the navigation path that aggro your horse will take to get to you. When we started the game, we figured that we would not change the layout of the environments enough that we would have to modify collision. This became perhaps the biggest lie that we told ourselves. Before shipping, all collision within the game was completely rebuilt. We also told ourselves that because we were not significantly changing the layout of the environments, there would be no need for us to modify path information. This was also a lie. As the environment started to be finalized, QA started flagging issues where aggro could no longer path to you because someone placed a large tree on top of a path node. In certain areas, Wanderer could not find lizards because they were now hidden under hills. In other areas, the hawks and the birds in the game would start flying through mountains that were now in their paths. After a bit of digging, it became obvious that it was not an acceptable solution to require art to go back and fix the geometry to match the constraints of the original. Instead, within the last 2 months before shipping, we wrote a tool that allowed for path nodes to be visualized and edited directly in the game and serialized back out. Before this, the pathing logic was the last piece of untouched code and data. Well, we didn't necessarily set out to change every single piece of data loaded by the game. It became a necessity. So I guess the moral of the story is to assume that if something can bite you in the ass, it will. I think that's a pretty safe mantra for anyone in engineering. So Shadow released a year ago this February. I explicitly don't want this talk to feel like a post-mortem, but more of a sharing of our approach and processes. My goal is to be completely transparent and share what worked and where we fell short. Well, on Shadow, we had a fairly sophisticated worker job system. We were not able to retrofit enough code to take full advantage of it. We had this notion of the Shadow code completing its full simulation before moving on to handling BPE game objects. The CPU frame was broken up so that Shadow took approximately 70% of the game frame, and the Bluepoint engine took about the other 30%.
Clear sunny skies, I guess.
We could find areas to optimize Shadow code by jobifying. However, this basically just moved code from one core to another, and without really increasing the CPU saturation. As a result, we did not get much parallelization within the game code. Within the Bluepoint engine, we represent a scene as a tree of game objects, where each game object contains components that exposes functionality. To update a scene, we would walk the game object tree and update all components. The overhead of walking the tree quickly became time-consuming. To make things worse, we would actually walk the game object tree a second time to build a list of items to render. This happened during the sync point between the game and the rendering threads, creating a major bottleneck. Well, towards the end of Shadow's development, we implemented a couple of Hail Marys to address the problem. They were Band-Aids at best. Moving forward to our next project, we knew that we needed to re-architect how we coordinate the game loops between the two engines. Basically, it was time to take what we had learned and evolve the dance. The major breakthrough for us came when we decided to stop treating the original code base as special, but rather as just another think process that happens at a specific point in the frame. You can think of the entire original Shadow game code as a component on a game object exposing functionality. Unfortunately, this is easier said than done. To evolve to where we are today, beyond Shadow, we had to make the following changes. Number one, the first thing that we did is we eliminated the need to walk game objects to determine what needs to be rendered. Rather, we make components responsible for adding and removing persistent render items, and we support a command buffer style interface for changing render item parameters to keep everything thread safe. Number two, we no longer walk the game object tree to update components. Rather, components register think request delegates. Think requests can be added or removed at any point from any thread. A single object can submit as many think requests as desired based upon demand. This makes it very easy to create objects that only need to think for one frame or under certain conditions. Think requests can also be invoked at any point. If not explicitly invoked, they will be invoked when their bucket is processed. However, it is trivial to be in the middle of a think request, start an async job that you need to wait for, and invoke other think requests to ensure that we never stall. With these changes and looking back at Shadow, now rather than merging the Shadow game loop with the Bluepoint game loop, we would simply have the Shadow code register a think request within the correct bucket, eliminating the distinction between the shadow update and the BPE update. When the original shadow code needed to wait for async jobs, it would simply start processing other think requests rather than stalling. This type of behavior is proving to be critical on our next project. In fact, this last week, I spent a day rearranging think request dependencies to fix stalls, saving approximately 2 milliseconds within our game loop. I didn't optimize any code. Rather, I simply fixed scheduling issues to increase CPU saturation. Having the flexibility to easily rearrange a frame's work to fill dead areas and remove contention is proving to be awesome. So here's a diagram showing our current running layout. It is much easier to use and a lot more flexible. At this point, my only regret is that we didn't implement this system earlier. So rather than looking at shadow, let's take a look at how we have evolved and what's next. So, sorry, I hope you didn't think that I was going to expose our next project. I know this isn't funny. Well, maybe it is a little bit to me. Well, I'm super excited about our next project and the tech that we are building. I'm pretty sure Bluepoint would make me walk home all the way to Texas just to shoot me if I screwed this up. So, next, I want to talk about what we have learned from past projects and how it affects our systems. How we go about creating a harmony of technology by doing a deep dive into our memory system.
Good joke, man.
How it is designed with flexibility and what steers those decisions.
Not the
Before I
whole
do
shooting
so,
thing,
here's
but
a quick
availing
disclaimer.
his next project.
All of the examples that I'm
But
going
it was
to share
delivered
are based
pretty
upon my
deadpan.
personal experiences and memories.
Can't
And
win
my
them all, I
examples
guess.
are based on outdated technology from the companies in question and don't represent their current technology or processes. And finally, I apologize in advance if I misrepresent anyone's work. So, memory. Who needs it? I'm pretty sure I do. I've been dealing with memory systems since I started my career. Over this time, I have tried numerous approaches and have shifted the way I view memory based upon the games that I have shipped. In fact, I wrote an article for Game Programming Gems years ago. As I look back, I still embrace the ideas presented, but I'm a bit embarrassed that the implementations were so short-sighted. I actually got my first job in the games industry working for Beyond Games, creating a Hot Wheels game. The key to landing this job was a BSP collision system that I had written that required less than half the memory footprint of the current system, basically cutting memory requirements from 6 to 2 megs on a PS2. If there's one lesson that I learned then that is just as true today, it is that proper memory management is critical to achieving performance and shipping titles. So let's take a look at Bluepoint's hardest title to date, shipping Titanfall on the Xbox 360. What an amazing game Respawn created, and if you buy me a drink, I have a lot of stories. If you don't recall, the original Titanfall was developed by Respawn and released on the PC and Xbox One. Bluepoint released the Xbox 360 version approximately 2 months later. Simple summary, if I ignore the performance aspect, it is not easy to ship a 5 gig Xbox One game on an Xbox 360 with 512 megs. So how did we do it? A lot of hard work, or as we like to call it, Bluepoint magic. The original game used a fixed size bucket allocator for allocations less than 32 bytes and DL-malloc for everything else, where all memory allocations were funneled into a single allocator and dispatched from there, creating a choke point where thread contention became a major issue. I know that a lot of people love DL-malloc and argue that it is sufficient. While it has a lot of great features, in practice on Titanfall, we found that, number one, the version of DL-malloc we used did not have any concept of virtual allocations, and thus a custom system was required. Number two, DL-malloc was not ideal for large page-aligned allocations. DL-malloc works by placing tags at the beginning of allocations. If you need a texture with 128 byte alignment, the tag can create memory waste. And number three, due to DL-malloc not being ideal for small allocations, virtual allocs, or page size allocations, we needed DL-malloc to release unused memory back to other memory systems. In practice, we found that DL-malloc held on to more memory than we thought was ideal. The key to shipping Titanfall from a memory point of view was memory tracking, knowing exactly where all memory was at all times, tracking fragmentation issues, and tracking memory by category so that the peaks could be compared from build to build to determine trends. From there, we were able to optimize data formats in nearly every system to cut memory usage. We reworked the memory system we used a fixed block size allocator for small allocations, less than 512 bytes. We used DL-malloc for medium-sized allocations, and several changes were made to DL-malloc to get it to aggressively release memory. And we used a large page-based allocator used primarily for textures and large vertex buffers. And we added a concept of a single frame allocation, where small allocations would be placed within unused DXT mipmap memory. This memory was only valid for a single frame and coordinated with the texture streaming system. Basically, every byte was used. By the end, we had spreadsheets backed by more spreadsheets for every level showing max memory usage, how much memory was available for texture streaming, etc. Well, I'm still in shock that we pulled it off. Looking back, the whole system was perhaps a bit more complicated than it needed to be. So, Uncharted, what a great project. Going from a PS3 target to a PS4 target, how could there be any memory considerations? Well, there weren't any real memory considerations, provided we kept streaming textures reasonable. However, there are a couple of key things that we learned. Number one, all memory was allocated at startup by the core memory system. From here, all memory was assigned to specific allocators. There was a hard-coded table within the code dictating how much memory each allocator was allotted. The downside is that when an allocator ran out of memory, you would play the Russian roulette game to push memory around until the problem went away, often over-allocating. There was no virtual memory support, and fragmentation issues were evident. There was code to handle the shuffling of memory and pointers when defragging. However, it came across as error-prone and touched numerous systems. The later Uncharted games adopted a rule that memory could not be allocated before hitting main. I loved this ideal, given that it was straightforward when to create your memory allocator, and at the end of main, you could easily check to ensure that there were no memory leaks. And finally, Uncharted introduced the idea of a tagged heap allocator, which is very similar to a single frame allocator that we implemented for Titanfall, just evolved.
Jeez, how long is he into this?
So, what were some of the philosophies that we felt were important when designing the memory system for the Bluepoint engine?
Going on and on
Number
about
one,
memory.
we should never run out of
But
memory.
I guess that's valid.
Never expect null from an allocation request. In fact, we explicitly halt the game if this happens. Number two, we need smart allocation schemes to allow for a wide variety of allocation patterns. Basically, encourage small custom allocators rather than an Uber allocator. Number three, allocators should help to eliminate thread contention. And four, ensure debuggability across all allocators without a lot of custom work. To us, debuggability in this case means the ability to track and categorize all memory allocations, and tools to help detect and diagnose common memory issues, with the most common being memory stomps. With these basic philosophies in place, we built a list of our goals, and I'm only going to touch on a couple of the key points. Number one, we determined that all allocators should be platform agnostic. We didn't want to write custom allocators for each platform. An allocator should deal with memory patterns, not the specifics of where the memory came from. Number two, allocators should be memory agnostic. Basically, every allocator should work with both CPU or GPU memory. While this seems trivial, it does have implications. During Shadow, our per-frame GPU memory allocators benefited greatly by removing tags and markers that were being written directly into the memory blocks for memory tracking.
How are we not cold in this?
Assume that memory will be allocated at any
and we're
point.
hot in whatever the hell
Programmers
we've
need
been
power
wearing.
and flexibility to create great systems. Number four,
Maybe
we
it's
wanted to
already
eliminate the
sweating or
need for
something, I don't know.
fixed-sized allocators. Basically, allocators should work with fixed memory blocks, but also should support growing and shrinking as required. We want to avoid over-allocating and the memory Russian roulette game. To get started, let's look at how we ensure all memory allocations are routed through our memory systems. We start by overriding system memory routines, which is pretty straightforward. And second, we create BPE macros to route all memory requests. We choose to use macros for a couple of reasons. Number one, they're simple, straightforward, and require no additional steps. Number two, some sort of redirection is required to support malloc and free. And virtual alloc will also require custom wrappers to be platform agnostic, so it's nice to sort of standardize everything. And then macros also allow us to provide additional features, such as location tracking and passing additional parameters directly to memory requests, such as alignment requirements and requesting specific allocators. Converting to using macros is not a big undertaking. I've done it about 3 times in my career, and each time it takes about a week. If you do not redirect and control all allocations within your code, I highly recommend that you start, and using macros is the cleanest method that I've found. And even if you forget to wrap a new or a delete, it doesn't matter. It'll still get picked up to overriding the system memory routines. And finally, to ensure we redirect all memory routines into our system, we simply control all memory. On consoles, we allocate all physical memory upon initialization. As a result, if we miss an allocation due to a third-party library, there simply isn't any memory for it to request. Talking about third-party libraries, whether audio, physics, video playback, or anything else, I think there are a couple of mandates that I believe that we should all insist upon. Number one being, if a library does not provide direct control for how it gets its memory, don't use it. If you can't control the threading behavior of a library, don't use it. And if you can't control how it loads files, don't use it. There's one third-party library that I would like to call out.
I think this is more like general programming advice rather than... It's shifted away from talking about Shadow of the Colossus.
Anyone that's been in game development for any amount of time has some, at least an opinion on the debate of whether or not to use
solar stuff. Is that how they power the island now?
We don't. However, we have found an awesome replacement that provides a lot of really cool features that, while not always safe, allow for smarter code. If you haven't checked out the EASPL, I strongly suggest you do. So, let's take a look at a diagram illustrating the flow of memory requests. As you can see, it all starts with overriding system allocation routines, which are redirected into our memory coordinator. From there, memory requests are bundled into appropriate allocators. These allocators manage their own memory pools to service memory requests and fall back to requesting memory pages from the platform page allocator. Note that the only system that is platform-specific is the platform page allocator. This helps to ensure allocators only deal with memory usage patterns and ensure that we get consistency across all platforms.
I guess they're both the outposts.
So, the MC contains some of the hardest hit code in the entire code base. Its primary purpose is to redirect memory requests to the appropriate allocator, all without creating thread contention. Thus, it must avoid locking mechanisms. We are able to achieve this goal by ensuring that the MC is basically stateless and that the few stack-based variables that it forwards into the allocators are all stored using thread local storage. There's one caveat to keep in mind. Our threaded job system is constructed using fibers that we switch in and out. Because we are using thread local storage, we need to prevent fibers from picking up the wrong set of variables when switched. So, within our job system, if we perform a context switch and switch out a fiber, we also create a copy of the memory local thread variables. Then when the job system switches back to the previously suspended fiber, we restore the local thread variables, thus keeping everyone happy and consistent. By using thread local variables, not only do we allow memory requests to be redirected to any specific allocator, but it is also at the heart of how we categorize memory. In our engine, every single allocation is categorized, even if it is just categorized as a general allocation. Our strategy is once a category starts to account for too much memory, we simply start splitting the category and refining our traffic.
Is that a helipad?
And finally, the MC gives us a great single location to track all out-of-memory issues, eliminating the need to spread that.
I wonder if they'll add helicopters later.
Or throw out the allocators. One tip that you can see from the code snippet is that we create a special function that is never in line to handle out-of-memory issues. This has actually been really great. If QA ever encounters a crash, it is trivial to determine if it was an out-of-memory issue by directly looking at the extracted fault stack. No need to look at the log or try to interpret line numbers. the allocator, or as I like to think about it, the heart of the system. This snippet shows a portion of the interface that all allocators must provide. The primary idea here that I want to call your attention to is the fact that we declare all memory routines as protected. Basically, we want to prevent code from directly bypassing the memory coordinator. This helps to ensure that all allocators follow consistent conventions and are properly registered with the memory coordinator. I mentioned earlier, anytime an allocator needs to grow its memory pool to service a request, it requests new memory pages from our platform page allocator. For Shadow on the PS4, we determined that 64K pages were the ideal size. We
I have
also
to
aligned
build a
all
bridge over there.
requested pages to 1 meg
Little
boundaries.
island retreat.
We wanted smaller pages to minimize waste and fragmentation, but also minimize the TLB issues. For us, 64K pages was the sweet spot. I also want to point out that when coding allocators, we strictly avoid the use of mutexes. While allocators need to deal with threading issues, we stick to using atomic locks. These are significantly faster, and the restriction of not being re-entrant is easy to work around. So let's take a look at a few of the different types of allocators that we support. The dispatch allocator is the default allocator that the majority of all allocations get redirected to. It is a very simple redirector that basically looks at the alignment and size requirements of a request and forwards them to the appropriate allocator. We use a bucket allocator for small allocations. We use a heap allocator, which is similar to dlmalloc. It uses an intrusive red-black tree to store free blocks and uses a heuristic of preferring recently freed memory followed by best fit, then adds headers and post headers to the allocations to provide tracking information. And to round it off, we use a page allocator for large memory requests that fit nicely into our 64K pages. We also have several special use allocators, a simple ASCII allocator that is only used by toolcode. There is a virtual page allocator to handle virtual memory requests, and there is a frame allocator which is great for packing multiple requests together to ensure memory coherency and creating small blocks of reusable memory. And let's not forget about the tag frame allocator, which is awesome. Our tag frame allocator is based upon an allocator described by Christian Gerling in his 2015 GDC talk.
It looks like we can use the plane to get to a quarry. Two quarries.
An extremely fast allocator.
It's a nice open field to land in.
Only valid for a short period of time. These are basically temporary memory allocations that are valid for n number of frames, where a frame is arbitrarily defined for each allocator. The fact that we don't need to track the memory or call free to release memory is a huge win. Not only is the code requesting the memory easier to write, the tag frame allocator can take a bunch of shortcuts knowing that individual free calls do not need to be supported. It is also impossible to create memory leaks with this allocator. As we discussed earlier, one of the primary goals behind allocators is that they should help to minimize threat protection.
I mean, I like this talk because it's technical,
number one,
right?
we use atomic locks rather than mutexes. And number two,
it's not really
local storage. Several of our allocators use the pattern illustrated in the code snippet.
Too much?
For the tag frame allocator, this allows it to service.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that was probably the point of the talk.
Without ever locking.
And the title said as much, but
multi-threaded performance,
thought it'd be more about Shadow of the Colossus. Rather than,
the Bluepoint engine, there are more
is.
tag frame allocators than any other type of allocator.
I wonder, I should make it a quest to find out where I died earlier. Like, the very first time Bob died. Got stun locked by a wolf. I left, like, a boat or something.
The tag frame allocator,
and that boat had a metal pipe in it. I missed that boat.
Shrink upon demand. Thus, all pool sizes are dynamic.
I must go there and pay respects.
If you don't have anything similar to this in your code base, I would highly recommend that you make it happen. And finally, the platform page allocator, or the brains of the operation. As we have discussed, this class is responsible for abstracting away the details of how 64K pages are managed. In practice, we restrict anyone from accessing this class directly. The only customers of this class are the memory allocators. On Windows, this is a very simple class and is built using virtual alloc. The PS4 version is more complex due to platform considerations. At the heart of both implementations is the concept of virtual memory and mapping physical to virtual addresses on demand. If you're not familiar with the differences between virtual and physical memory, you might want to investigate. So, looking at the platform page allocator, there's one last problem that I would like to discuss, which is a problem in every non-Uber memory system that I've worked with. Given that we are avoiding an Uber allocator and embracing numerous
God, I need to
allocation
get some
patterns,
sneakers.
we need to be able to take any
And put 'em
random
in the
memory
plate.
address and determine which allocator it belongs to. This is required to properly direct pre-calls. While BPE macros allow us to optionally specify which allocator owns memory when calling BPE3, this is not ideal. Instead, we need to support the get memory owner routine. So, how did we solve this problem? We threw memory at it. We break up the problem by realizing that we only need to determine which allocator owns the memory page that contains the memory address in question. Within the platform page allocator, we use a 1 meg block of memory to store a direct lookup table which maps 1 terabyte of virtual memory to its owning allocator. If you have a better solution, I'd love to hear it. So, what do you get when you put this all together? Hopefully a game without performance issues and runs within retail memory. Okay, that isn't going to happen. But hopefully you have the flexibility and tools necessary to get there from a memory perspective. Here's a screenshot showing our memory statistics. You can see the platform page allocator at the top and each of the various allocators below. Here's another screenshot that shows memory category tracking. I want to call your attention to the outlined black boxes that I've marked up. Most consoles have a concept of development memory. Basically, the development kit has more memory than the retail kits. We make it very easy at all times to see where memory usage is in regards to a retail kit. From the screenshot, you can see that the closest that we came to running out of memory on a retail kit was 130 megs, or the equivalent of the max memory of 4 PS2 games. There's no way we could run out of memory. So, to finish up, I want to share one additional feature in Shadow of the Colossus. It is related to memory and made a significant impact on development. Texture streaming. I'm sure many of you have texture streaming solutions. We use GPU-based feedback to determine what to stream and specify a fixed streaming texture memory budget. For Shadow, we initially set this budget to 1 gig, and after some tweaking, most of the game looked great. Some areas required a higher texture budget to facilitate.
I need to listen to you, mate. Hold on. I just noticed the health of my aircraft going down rapidly. The fuck's this? Let me just get a crowbar. Oh, the bloody hell. All the clothes ruined? No. Just destroyed beyond repair. It's like fucking just puppets hanging out and fucking... it's an airplane made of paper. It's like, okay, whatever, man. That's fucking disappointing. How you fuck yourself, mate. Stop feeling pretty hot. don't know when. I don't even remember when this update was released, but planes need work. They just need work. Like, what in the hell? Do close chan, yeah, sure. Looks fine, looks fine. What in the ever-loving holy fuck? But now I have to go back and find another plane, because if I spawn a plane, it's going to, you know, delete it. I don't even know that I want to. Planes are overrated. Which, you know, I have an airport here, but if that's how they're going to treat it, I don't know. I don't know. It's all over. This fucking day's been a letdown. Just letdown after letdown after letdown. Hey, early access. We're testing, right? Trying to get them to increase the beast. How about that? I don't know. Let's find another plane and then switch characters. I don't want to make a new character until the female changes come out, because they're working on some female changes. Let's see. Hashtag list spawned vehicles. See what it spawned, where it spawned. Kingwood Scout at 193. Teleport to vehicle 193. How about that? There we go. Let's just let's just block everything. This is just going to be a vanity plane. We don't have to block that stuff. Okay, so spawn item, gasoline canister, spawn item, aeroplane repair kit. 2 of them. Let's work on that. That's good enough. Fucking hell, stop that. Piece of shit.
Facilitate its needs. And some areas would simply crash due to running out of memory before even hitting the 1 gig budget. It was about halfway through the development that the team began to stress about memory and started getting flashbacks of previous projects.
Let's see. This is beyond the remake, a technical perspective, and let's just see if he has any more slides relating to Shadow of the Colossus. I don't know, it doesn't. Maybe? I'm seeing some showing up in a bit. Okay, let's just keep with this tech talk.
So, how did we solve the problem? We set the texture streaming budget to unlimited. Problem solved, and now everyone is happy. Instead of relying upon a fixed memory budget, the texture manager monitors the total available memory by querying the platform page allocator and acting appropriately. If there is extra memory, stream in more textures. If no more textures are required, then there's nothing to do. And if memory is low, start releasing textures. I should note that this does require a bit of balancing to avoid ping-pong effects and to determine proper memory thresholds. However, these thresholds are game-specific, not area-specific, so they only needed to be calculated once. This was really a major turning point for stability as out-of-memory issues basically disappeared. Of course, we still had to deal with memory usage issues where memory was scarce. However, these areas only needed to be pushed to an acceptable level, and the texture manager would auto-calibrate. Moving forward, we are pushing our texture streaming solution beyond what was achievable in Shadow by prioritizing and loading even higher resolution textures when memory allows. So here's a screenshot showing texture streaming stats at the top of the screen. Here you can see that we have over 2 gigs of textures loaded. However, the scene only actually requires about 680 megs of texture data, as the texture manager tries to maintain a buffer of about 220
It's kind of already
megs
over
free.
10 minutes, I think.
Here's the more demanding area. There is 1.3 gigs of textures loaded. However, only 1.13 gigs are required. During development, the art team would play the game watching these statistics to verify that the budgets were satisfied. By the end, the only questionable area in the game was the final cutscene where the secret garden is exposed. And of course, the minute you tell anyone that the texture budget is exceeded, you need to be able to show them why and what is loaded. It is only then that you can properly debate how big must the eye texture be. Y'all get that? Okay. So, once again, I would like to thank you for your participation. I'm flattered that I've had this opportunity to ramble on. And yes, Bluepoint Games is hiring. Basically, if you are a badass and you know how to get shit done, we want to work with you. Use the email address on the slide and mention my name. I'll let everyone know that we are best friends so I can get the recruiting bonus. And then perhaps it'll be time for me to buy you a beer. Also remember to fill out the speaker evaluation forms so I know whether or not I should ever do this again. With that, I believe I'm done. I believe we have 8 minutes for questions, if anybody has any questions. I love it. The perfect talk. There's no questions. That's perfect. Let's wrap it up. Get the hell out of here.
I had a question.
Yeah.
You're talking about being lock-free using atomics in your allocators.
Uh-huh.
So we still live in a world where there's no standard lock-free container library that you can, like, you guys use a third-party one, roll stuff in-house.
Yeah, so for the atomic locks, we basically just sort of rolled our own, just using, I'm drawing a blank right this second, but basically just using the atomics that are available on the different platforms. It really comes down to like 4 or 5 lines of code. If you were to send me an email, I can send it to you. It's real simple.
Sure, no, I mean, you didn't do unbounded spinning or anything for some of the locks?
They will spin, yes.
Did you ever see stuff where, like, I feel like spin lock is like, it's all fun and games until, you know, your spinning core is scheduled and the work is done, and it's waiting on people to lock back. You see some of that?
Not really, and part of it as well is anytime that we use atomics, so we'll use the atomics anytime we want. We've got a really small portion that we want to get in and out of really fast. And we also try to lock it or try to make it so that we're really not calling other functions inside of it, so we don't run into this case of I got a lock here, I call this function, and then this guy wants to lock. And so they're not re-entrant. And so we keep those sections very, very small, and so we really haven't had any problems with them, or having problems of something waiting for any duration of time for it to get back in. We also do a lot of like performance profiling, looking to make sure that in order to maximize CPU saturation across all of our cores, making sure that there's just that fact that there is nobody that's stalling or waiting for too long.
Spinning goes bad when you're open to drive.
Yes, I would say we work hard to avoid it.
Could use the plane for novel trips to the city.
You said your next game is going to be more of a re-envisioning. I was wondering if you could give some color on like what that kind of means. What is a re-envisioning?
Where would we land? Probably
Sure.
there.
So if you were to take a look at like Shadow of the Colossus, like it's a PS2 game, right? And so when that was built, the side of the hills were very low triangle density. Like what was the environment? What was the atmospheric that they're actually trying to achieve? And when you look at it, a lot of it, I feel like your mind fills in a lot of those blanks. You look at a green card that's filled on the back, and you're like, yeah, I assume that's a grass plane, right? And so for Shadow, there's a lot of us looking at that and then building it out, sort of trying to remake it to sort of figure out what the original was trying to do. As we move forward in some of our other stuff,
I feel like there's plenty of places to land.
With not just trying to get the 2 engines to run simultaneously, but more bringing more and more stuff into our engine and repurposing our technology so that we have greater control of, redoing the complete animation systems, upgrading, besides graphics and other things, but even starting to upgrade more of the gameplay paths, which are all, for us, are always very, very tricky. We've been very, very fortunate to work on games that we absolutely love. And for Shadow, like, you wouldn't take that game and say, I want to make it like Assassin's Creed running around doing stuff. Like, you wouldn't do that. And so you want to maintain core pieces. So it's a very difficult question, but it's just take Shadow, and I feel like we're about doubling the amount of involvement that we're putting into it. Thank you.
Hi, I would like to ask you, how do you deal with frame rate issues, especially with doing the sort of hybrid approach with like 2 game engines running at the same time?
So how do we deal with frame rate issues? As I mentioned,
like this over
anybody
here.
at Blue Point has heard me rant about Digital Foundry at least a
Thought this was on the north.
I don't know if you've seen their evaluations where they.
Oh wait, no, I actually am in that part of the map. I was like, do they have another one of these places on the map?
What the heck? No, I'm and so
way somewhere
a lot
else.
of profiling. Our QA department is great. They take our tools and our third-party like PS4 tools, and they'll have graphs that are running on their machine, so they're playing the game with the frame rate graph, and the minute they see any sort of spike or anything like that, they go and they capture it, create a bug, and off it goes to engineering. On Shadow, we have a 60 FPS mode on the Pro kits in performance mode. That was not easy hitting that. It's a lot of testing, a lot of looking at CPU captures and exactly what jobs are on what cores when and why, and trying to load balance that out. And for our next game, the big thing that we're really looking at is how do we maximize our CPU saturation. I feel like we've got a good job system to break stuff up, but you find at the same time, like during your frame, you've got areas that are, here's the hot spot. Everybody wants this last third quarter of the frame, and nobody's doing anything over here. So a lot of analyzing and rearranging code in order to get it to fill in all those spots.
Yeah, I guess the second question is how, when you convert from like 30 FPS to 60, how do you deal with like game breaking issues?
Oh, yeah, so the original game tipped the update at a hard-coded, 30 FPS. And so on the PS2, I don't know, to be honest, I don't know if the game actually ever hit 30. And so, yeah, the minute we went to 60, or the minute we even locked it at 30, we found that you couldn't climb the colossi as well. Your grip would fall before getting around some of the edges was twice as hard. And so I really got to, give credit to that to our QA department. They test the game like no other and are looking for parity issues. They identify those sort of issues, and then we go back and we fix them. And a lot of times, programmers love when they look at a bug and they're like, I don't know why it's behaving this way. And it's like, well, go play it on the PS2, on a PS2 dev kit. And it's like, I don't even know how to make that thing run anymore, right? But it has to be done.
Hey, Greco, there's a lot of issues close to my heart. I was wondering if you have any solution, any utility library or whatever to deal with the 32-bit to 64-bit address space conversion.
Any libraries that deal with 32 to 64-bit
version? Kind of like injection or remapping of the 32-bit address space into 64-bit or something like that to ease the process of porting and moving the 62-bit.
Yeah. We don't really use a third-party library to do that. It's a lot. At the end, it comes down to us doing a lot of hard work and updating code. The one thing that I would throw out that I didn't really talk about, but is mentioned in the slides, is what we use is we call it a T offset pointer, which basically allows us to represent any address as a 32-bit number. And then when you actually do the lookup, when you dereference it to a pointer, we actually add an offset to it. We use that a lot in like memory mapped files that have to do that so that we don't break everything right out of the gate. But even then, by the end, they get annoying because now every single pointer dereference is basically a dereference and it's adding, and I don't know, it's stupid shit like that that just like, why are we wasting processor power? It drives me crazy. And we end up going through and fixing most of them.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm curious about, you have the Bluepoint engine and then you've got the game engine, and I presume you take the Bluepoint engine from project to project?
That is correct.
And you have the game engine, does it call directly down into the Bluepoint engine? And how do you keep the Bluepoint engine side of things from not having references up into the game that have to be cleaned up from project to project?
Right. So you could say, I've been writing code for a really long time, and you could say there's certain things, like coding standards, it's like a religion. What side of the fence do you fall on? There's certain things with coding standards that I strongly believe in and drive me crazy. One of those is dealing with library dependencies. If I've got a base library and I've got my game library, there's no way in the code base that I allow the game or the core library to start calling up. And so we make very explicit rules about what library is built on top of what, so we have a very clear hierarchy. Then it's going through, and we'll add layers in the middle that's sort of like, here's a wrapper piece that is basically the bridge between shadow code and the BPE engine working with our components and game objects. And it can basically go and do, like, reach into shadow code, or shadow code reaches into it a lot. And then I'm okay with that, because at the end I know that whole piece gets thrown away. And so I don't incur that debt.
So it's essentially just a wrapper for it so that the game can preserve its original engine calls that wrapped calling into the actual Bluepoint engine.
And if you think about it, like any game engine, it all boils down to, you've got a main loop somewhere. You've got a forever loop that's looping doing whatever. And then the Blue Point engine, similar, it's got a forever loop. They're both basically looping. Well, now rather than looping, I'm just going to make this one, when it loops, it calls in over here, does its thing, comes back out over here, goes back to the top and calls, and so it just sort of ping-pongs. And the next thing you got to do is come up with areas of responsibility. And so then you start going to the original game engine, you're like, no, 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 you don't do anything with audio. You don't do anything with rendering. You don't do anything, you know, dealing with, I don't know, scene management. That's all going to be over here. That's the hardest part, is defining all those rules and levels of responsibility.
Alright, we have our pretty little plane back. Just allow everything again. For a nice, precious plane. Never gonna move it again. Never ever. Maybe not never ever, but Jesus Christ, like, puppets can take it from 100 to 0, like, with just a few whacks. It's just, I don't know, man. That's fucking silly. I mean, it's silly that it can be, you know, blown up in the first place by just some banging. Like, I don't like anything that you know, blows up vehicles when they reach 0% health, as if, you know, huge vehicle explosions are normal. You know, usually when something dies, it just, you know, sputters out, like, it's just like, you know, if someone ragdolls it high into the air after just stuffing their toe into 0% health. It's ridiculous. It is a video game in the end, but, you know, even video games need, if they're going after some semblance of realism, like this one, I would assume is. Yeah, less blowy uppy vehicles, unless fire is involved or some sort of ignition, like a spark from a bullet getting into a gas tank and sparking in there. Yeah, this fucking puppet sounds like miles away, even though it's like right behind this door. It's ridiculous. Pretty sure it's just something that happened to my sound, something that happened to my game files, something got fucky wucky, something got messed up, because, you know, they didn't used to do it. Now they all sound like they're high up in the mountains screaming down at you when they're like 10 feet away. Alright, Bob. Alright, Bobbert. Alright, Bobberino. Retire you for a little bit. Retire you for a little bit. There we go. Let's load our average Joe. I want to check out whatever the hell that other place is. You know that place. The place that was over there. The place. What in the hell? Who the fuck? I think it's hashtag visualize. Sure, why not? That thing saw me somehow. The hashtag. Would you like to fuck off? Jeez. These robots just fucking rude. I'm up here trying to live my best life. And they're trying to end my best life. In fact, let's block sentry damage. Then damage 2 vehicles. Sure, okay. Now I can feel a bit more secure. Where was the place that we wanted to go? It was some sort of solar farm somewhere. I don't even quite remember where it was. Maybe down here in Z0. Let's get the scout. Hey, how about you fuck right off? I'm blowing this popsicle stand. Find that solar farm or whatever it was. Oh, I could probably find it by following wind turbines. I remember those. There are a bunch of wind turbines. Yeah, I think it might be at the end of Z0. I forgot to also block fall damage. That was a thing. That was a thing with Joe. finer airfield to land at. You know, provided it has some sort of gas thingy. Yeah, there's the gas thingy. Where is this? It's in Z. Oh no, there's the solar farm. It's in Z too. Alright. We know where to go. It's that weirdly colored mosaic. He's like, just kidding. Just spot some military boots. Oh, sure, why not combat boots? You know, just cause. Oh, let me also get myself a katana. Alright, it's ocean water. Yeah, it's weird. Alright, salt flats. This is a salt mine. That's a desalination facility. Salty salt. Like it, just taking salt. You got pure salt grains here. Okay. It's under construction for some reason. I see. Activates a kill box in A1. Expires in... Okay, so we have to make our way to A1. Somehow. Figure out which one of those. Alright, let's test out that feature, because I haven't been in one yet. There we go. Onward and upward. I should spawn an item of pants or something. You can't be cool without pants. You can't go to the kill box without pants. Military pants 06, sure. Why not? Why not? Wonder where you get these key cards in normally. Wonder if you can loot sentries that you kill. And that's how you get key cards. Otherwise, I don't know, they're probably like random loot in the bases or something. That's what I'd guess. Or maybe you can only find those in the airport too. How about that? I bet it's this one that's closest to me. Right outside of it. Hey there, buddy. What are you guarding over here? Really, is that the There we go. You gonna fall down, mate? Getting down here? No? Okay, well, fuck you, mate. My name's Show and I'm ready to go. I read they fixed that you could hear puppets that were above you on certain levels, and maybe that's what's confusing the audio engine. Like puppets that are even right near me are being counted as above me or something.
I'm sure you'll find out. Here are the rules. You've got will find out how your words look like.
Okay, well, there's supposed to be a secret about this. I mean, I appreciate the commentary, I just, don't appreciate the nothing else. Someone fed to this. Are they gonna drop in something? I can't exactly quit the kill box, so come on. Okay, well, I'm just gonna admin remove the locks on that. Or maybe I was supposed to have some kind of special tool. Hold on. Hold on. Let me think.
Please note that no decent living being was harmed during filming of this show. It's getting a bit boring. Here, have a bit of entertainment.
Okay, so they do drop in puppets. Or is this them giving me what I needed, actually? I know it's here. Probably in the Cowboys. Is there like a skill of hacking into things? 'Cause hold on. Let me see. What the fucker? Is there anything for the insulated rubber gloves? Electrician tools. Maybe I'm supposed to have those with me in order to hack or something. Let's see, you get this and then... Okay, so it's got fancy loot and these things. After you open one lock, how about we don't have some entertainment? So, just drops puppets every like 2 minutes or something. Hold on. I think rebar cutter. I'm gonna remove this lock. No, can't rebar cutter on this lock. Yeah, how about this one? lockpick sit me inside them. And this screwdriver. Okay, we remove this lock. And we pick this lock. Alright, it's a more advanced lock, okay. So you use a lockpick on these ones. And then you get all sorts of... Oh, is this what they consider the ninja outfit? Ghillie suit, a gas mask. So use that for that.
They volunteered as soon as they chose to break the law. It's getting a bit boring. Here, have a bit of entertainment.
I don't see why you'd need another key card for this. You should probably be able to hack into this or something. Or find an undead puppet. I don't know, I'll probably have to search up how to even do a kill box. Oh, there are only 2 gates left. Let me just look up. Let me just look it up. Look up scum kill box. See if there's a written thing. Only open certain can only. Okay, there we are. Magnetic. So it's like a bomb defusal. So how do I do bomb defusal then? What do I need for bomb defusal? It says nothing about it. You're helpful. Okay. I don't know. Let me go back to the ninja or whatever. Give me the thingy. I want the thingy. You know the thingy that I need you to give me. Right? Yeah. That. So let me just look for this stuff then.
They say the boys are here. So let's take it apart.
Yeah. Party. Fishing reel. Any fucking bomb defusal equipment though. I guess there's nothing wrong with spawning a practice bomb. I can't disarm the trap. I got the gloves. What else would I need for bomb defusal? Wire cutters. Hold on. I was blind, but now I see. Can I do? No. Well, I can use. Okay. Cutting a wire connector will trigger the trap. Alright, do I just gotta trace it? I mean... Oh, it's at the yellow junction that I do it. Okay, well... I can just cut it. I mean, trace it here. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, 2, 5. 2, 5, 6. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, let me see if I'm doing it. That's 3. 1. 4, 3. 1, 3, 4. Oh no, it changes.
It ain't good. Go cry somewhere else.
So it's that plus, you know, this. So before even attempting these, I'd better be good at the bomb defusal wire cutting. I don't have a mother. I was born without a mother. That's my tragic backstory. He's an average Joe, born without a mother. I guess I don't have to physically trace it. You know. Wow, so there's lots of loot in these things, but you're going to need to be heavily skilled. And masky gassed. He flipped up. Okay.
30 seconds left. And that will be all. The only thing left here is a swift and painless death provided by our leader. I highly recommend it.
Well, I mean, if you insist.
10 seconds.
Highly recommended it. I don't think that was painful. But okay, now we know. Wire cutters are used for the bomb defusal. Bomb defusal minigame's pretty fun, I suppose. It consists of that and lockpicking. So yeah, nowhere near skilled enough to do it yet. I guess that makes practice bombs really valuable, huh? Hey. Oh, we can't pull the chute now? Look at that. Where the hell are we? We're over here somewhere. I think that's perfect. We want to get up to that Northmore place because I want to see what's there. Let me just spawn vehicle, the BP scaff up. Yeah, there we go. All right, brother, let's go to that airfield. Treasure's not in store there. I haven't been there in a while. I wonder if they added a kill box to it or anything. Or if they added anything, because it's a fun place to be. Yeah, just fighter jets. Don't worry about it. Too bad I can't fly any of them out of here. Yeah, this is a bunker. Good thing you auto tracked onto him because I wasn't even. I was just spinning around exploring. Being an average Joe, it's good for some stuff. Yeah, go ahead. Warning shot, asshole. Yo. That's what happens when you fire warning shots, mate. Too fast, I'm like Sonic. If you could build a base in here, or, you know, build a base around this place. You know what I mean? This place is freaking loaded. Hey, buddy. Oh. Thanks. I'm not even sure how all this is connected. Come on, there's totally no reason I couldn't take one of these fighter jets out of here. Blow up a sentry with the missiles as I leave. Oh, other than that, there's this tractor in the way. Foiled. Absolutely. Oh, I guess. Also, because this only opens halfway. That's a damn shame. Still, as I remember, there's one part of this place that I'm specifically looking for. Oh, I can go through those. No, whatever. Guess they're made out of aluminum. Aluminum doors. Shooting outside, that's rude. Confusing him with the old running through the leg spin. Doesn't actually work. Fuck it. Hitting me. Why haven't I been able to find the place? They can't have removed it. Maybe I'm just directionally challenged. Forget. No, I'm pretty sure it's over this way. It's like hugging, yeah, the northward direction. Oh wait, I haven't met you yet. This is probably the right way. Yeah, this looks right. Yeah, this is it. Oh, you can just live off fish down here. Why would you ever visit the outside world once you've gotten in here? Maybe for wood to build stuff. I don't know, just have wood trucks come in, suicidally dive into this place with logs. Probably wouldn't need them. Alright, hold on. Can I disable anything? Viper. EP weapon. There it is. I don't know what it means by visualize player aim. Let me, how about shuriken? Let's take that in the hands. You drop that right now. Do this. What about this? No, it doesn't visualize the aim when you're throwing. Okay, well that's useless then. This was a fun place to explore. Yep, let's just get up here. Respawn at a random place, Joe. We're spawning a pickup to go all the way to the top of the dam. Gonna have some fun. I remember. I think they got rid of it where you couldn't take fall damage in a sled or something, and people were just sledding down the side of the dam, getting in behind it. Fun times. I don't know if the sled is still in the game. Might have to check. Might be more fun to just, teeter off the edge in these things. Oh, to think I could have been crashing my plane down, it would have been doing damage because I disabled the vehicle damage flag. That's the fun here. Actually, I think the fun is actually swimming in that lake. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll go here. We'll jump off the edge. Then we'll take a plane back up. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. I'm having fun here. Not in these rocks, but I was having fun before meeting these rocks. My ancient adversary. My arch nemesis, the rocks. Don't worry, we have a solution. It's called The hell are you mad at? I have to see. The hell are you shooting at? Sentry's getting fucking randomly mad at vehicles. And they're accurate shooting. They're not accurate at shooting at players, but at vehicles that are just standing there minding their own fucking business. I will save you, innocent vehicle. Freeze these nuts, bitch. What did this poor fucking bike ever do to you? Yeah, that's right. Fuck you, Mr. Puppet. Being rude to this bike for no reason. So long, suckers. It's gonna be me, Ace Pilot, getting out of here. I don't know, somehow. Something very narrow. Ah! I caught the fucking thing. Oh, whoops. Something crashed. Well, the game crashed. That's what the something is that crashed. But, you know what I mean, right? Yeah, you know what I mean. We were having too much fun. Guess I'm just gonna have to put this screen up as the interim while I fix whatever the hell went wrong. By that I mean force quitting. Coming back, I suppose we can actually make a female character, because it's only the models that are going to be updated, right? So it's an aesthetic change, not stat-wise, I don't think. Let me just reread this development update. Prisoner appearance rework, yeah. New female stuff, new female stuff. New female animations. Yeah, I shouldn't change anything about the stats. Because I have an idea. Okay, there we go. Gotta select our head. We're gonna make a female character. I can't even tell the facial features here on what they are. Therefore, 1, why not? Alright, no strength, absolutely. Probably no constitution. High dex and intelligence. This is gonna be a ninja. How about that? It's my idea. Nah, small. Huge breasts are only a hindrance to the ninja way. And all your thing can be spent on running. All ninjas do is run. Do the ninja run. You can have high camouflage. I don't know, and awareness, medium awareness, and like basic survival skills. How about that? Stealth, obviously. Throwing, obviously. Hold on. Throwing stuff. Now we want high stealth. That's what we want. I don't know, are ninjas thieves? They're just assassins, right? I guess basic thievery. Medium throwing ability. Why not? And like no other skills. I'm doing this for the meme. Let's do it. Let's go. It's ninja time. Alright, but before ninja time, it's bathroom time. And, you know, not being a ninja on the high peaks of Mount Fuji, right? We want to be in the lowlands because it's warm there. And we don't want to be wearing too much. That just impedes us. Anyways, Bearby. I don't know, and the reason I'm doing this ninja stuff is also to get ready for Dishonored. That's the, okay, we're just tumbling. Gas station right there. Lots of puppets around. But we are the ninja. Which means we just run by all of them. How we've been spotted.
Secure communication with human asset established. Greetings, human asset. Welcome to Scum Island tutorial protocol provided by the Tech One Corporation. My designation is Dual Energetic Entity Neural Appliance or DINA. I am an artificial intelligence created by the Tech One Corporation tasked with overseeing the Scum Show protocols including the preparation of human assets. If you wish to activate the tutorial, please do so on your journal interface. Secure channel closed.
God damn it, I wasn't talking. Anyways, we need a new plan. This is, it's not working, so I'm gonna hide here. As a ninja does. Oh, being a completely sneaky ninja, I have some buckshot that I can't throw at him, I guess. Hold on, let me just sneak here. Leave through the back. Shut up, I'm camouflaged. You can't see me. Hey, how you doing? Just gonna be running here, don't mind me. This asshole just keeping up. Oh, come on, what the fuck? It's like super speed, even though I should be like the, well, I guess I shouldn't be the fastest. Now everything's infected. Oh, he killed himself. Oh, shit, I'm bleeding, I'm infected, I'm not worthy of life here. Can I commit suicide? No, I can't. But I can probably throw it, can I? Yeah, I can throw the razor blade. Alright. It's my first throwing weapon. Along with a rock. It's gonna be my main throwing weapon, is throwing rocks at people. Should probably throw rock knives, but you know how it is sometimes. Oh, wait, there it is. There they are. Feeling slightly chilly. Okay, well, you're gonna die of infection. Don't even worry about it, mate. Oh, oops. Hiya! Shit. That's very nice. Oh, don't come here yet. Shit, put in your hands, you dumb bitch. Hiya! Oh, shit, wait. Stones, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have to run over here. Ran out of rocks to throw. Don't mind me. Alright, maybe we're gonna have to choose a better spawning place. Or escape into the river. How about that? Like a true ninja. They'll never expect us in the river. I don't know, it's not deep enough to swim through. It's, that's unfortunate. Highly unfortunate. It's not washing out all the germs. Come on now. It's got plenty of wound germs, the external pathogens, though. Does this have external pathogens? Well, I can't take off anymore. That's not very ninja-like. Let me see my states. See, why is she gaining running experience? What's wrong with frickin' Joe? No, not Joe. Bob. Bob, who can't, run for gain any running experience. Is that like a bug that, if you have no skill in running, you just can't gain running skill at any reasonable rate? Socks. I'm a ninja. I mean, ninjas tiptoe around in socks, right? But still. Just fall in the water. That's me. Till I can swim. As a ninja, I need a snorkel. I need a bamboo reed to breathe through. Foot abrasions. How about fuck yourself, mate? How about I just develop calluses like a normal human being? That's me, toughened to the elements. Because I'm a ninja. Yeah, you're fine. There we go. This is my sanctuary. I wonder, there's not a swimming skill, right? It should be under Constitution, probably. I don't know. How long you can hold the breath underwater? Stealthy. I'm stalking a target down here or something. Can hold my breath down here for a while. Yeah, I know you're cold and you're panicking, but, you know, you'll be fine. Goodbye. Just ragdolls, doesn't even, you know, float. Alright. Wait, I need to actually have my, fame reach negative 100 if I remember. That's an achievement. Wait, that's where I think we're about to go find our body. That's our next achievement here. Forgot all about the music, huh? Looks like the sensor doesn't work underwater, does it? Oh well, we're gonna have to find our body here. pretty sure, yeah. This is the one I traveled down. Oh, unless it was that one from B3, that could have been. This might not even be the same thingy. God, we're close. Oh, there we are. Okay. Alright. We need to follow our proper Nindo, our ninja way, by finding rocks. Should probably turn them into knives instead of just keeping them bare rocks. Really, the most poisonous? Well, I didn't want to fucking be here anyway. Let's do it! It's time to fucking get killed by a mushroom. That's our Nindo. Our ninja way. Hell yeah, baby. It's time to see what mushroom poisoning does to us.
Yeah, murder is fun, but have you tried Indian food? The shit's amazing. I'm John Dick, and today's match is brought to you by Pong's House of Curry. So good, it'll make your asshole bleed for weeks. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, or cargo drop. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
Now, is it only poisonous? No, I'm not gonna find any activated charcoal, so rip. I was hoping to have a trip and die, not just die. So it is. Hiya! You bitch. Ha! Hiya! Ho! Hey! Ah, that hurt. Yeah. Hey-ya. Ho. Man, they don't lose durability from being thrown like that. Oh yeah. That's cool. Gotta find like a drill press somewhere. Some kind of machinery. I don't know where they are. Come on now. Probably something up here. And that's a house, not a workshop. Need to hurry before the toxins kill me. Yeah, there we go. Oh, shit, I need an actual toolbox. Not a... Ding it. Yeah, ding it, ding it. Dingle dang. Oh, I was misguided. Nope. Ha. It's actually pretty neat being this kind of character. Very agile, very agile. Yeah, just drop this, have that. Gotta find someone to throw knives at. Vehicle repair. Hell yeah, sexy short pants. I'll take these. The jacket covers it up, whatever. That's what's called pro gamer moves. That's called beat a ninja. Yeah, ninja hair is shorter. There we go. I think the kitchen knife would be better to throw, huh? Just, I take a little snacky break. Ninja snacks, cheese slices. Yeah, no trippy effects. I'm just gonna straight die.
In this journey down a river of blood, John Dick. Let's do this thing. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
Hey, I'm seeing that blurred vision now. Neat. Come on, bitch. I'm a ninja, I'm sneaking. How the hell did you notice me, you stupid Kent? You bitch. Alright, let's go. Alright. Oh, come on. Grab it, you. mean, it is fun to play, but come on now. It's pretty prolonged. I need more space. No threads. And oh yeah, there's the kitchen there. There we go. I guess drinking gasoline didn't help. Unless... drink more! Probably we'll see. We'll see if it finally takes its toll. It's taking a while to die from this fucking mushroom, eh?
And I'm here to tell you that things are about to get downright brutal. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events.
Really, that's just cruel.
Sign up and rank up. Keep your head out there.
Just like, here's some shit before you die.
Here's some kick-ass
Let me see. Bolts. I need a feather at minimum, yeah. Which, you know, I don't know why. You can have a wooden arrow without any fletching, but no, you need bolts to have fletching. Mate, just shoot stakes. It's like, it's not that hard. I don't know, I can just rupture my stomach. Nah, it's already in the intestines, I know that. Maybe I can wash out the poison with some soda. With some good old-fashioned cola. Yeah, I know you're feeling weak, mate. But this cola's just too good. You gotta have some. You gotta have all of it. Well. Already shit herself, whatever. I guess having all this time to get the poison out is just so you can hopefully find charcoal in time. Maybe? Dying from poison mushrooms never felt so cool. I mean, lame. What am I saying? Not dances, there you go. I don't know, am I not gonna eat enough to die? I mean, it looks like it. Pretty sure. I just happen to have picked the very first one. Shitting myself to death. Obviously, you gotta run it all out. Run it all out your system. You gotta walk off the mushroom poison. That's the answer here. Hoping I could find another mushroom. Maybe 2 poison mushrooms cancel each other out, right? Double negative. Mushroom, give. Nothing but poison mushrooms around here. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck you. You need all the poison. You should stop eating now. Oh, come on. It wouldn't have killed me if I didn't eat all. It said, death ensues upon reaching severity 3. Well, I'm at severity 3, mate. No turning back now. It's time to sacrifice myself to the sentry gods. That's unfortunate. Okay. Just constantly shitting yourself and just take off all the lower stuff. There we go. Alright. Free balling it. Trying to find a turret. Yeah, that looks like a blurry turret. I'm a ninja, I gotta approach the stealthy way. Hiya! You can't tell me what to do, bitch!
I don't enjoy this.
Can't tell what to do, bitch. Yeah. Fuck you. Yeah. You bitch. No balls. Hey, this looks like a much more promising place to drop. Life's already looking up. What's that? That looks fun. Let's go over there. We have 2 fun places to go to. Ninjas don't have throwing spears. Rock. Last resort, okay. We got defense figured out. Where the hell are we? Okay. Interesting place. Ninjas have advanced map knowledge in their minds at all times. That's my excuse. It's canon. I'm allowed in the roleplay rules. Alright, one thing that I have to do though, definitely, is that get into another frickin' talk. Rules of the game, 5 further techniques from rather clever designers, huh? I guess.
On Wednesday to our session, Rules of the Game, 5 further techniques from rather clever designers. I want to remind everyone to turn off your cell phones or other noise-making devices.
All right, no cell phones,
Remember to
mates.
fill out your evaluations after. We really do appreciate the feedback in those. And this is a session where we get 5 illustrious designers to get up and talk for 10 minutes each about a rule they use in game design. We've done this session for a number of years now. You can go check out some of the previous editions on the Vault. Some of them are up on YouTube as well if you want to see them there. But what do we mean by game design rules? I found that some designers are actually sort of resistant to this term, that there being any sort of rules to game design. My friend Daniel Cook, when we were talking about it, he said, rules are highly context sensitive, rarely make interesting predictions for the project at hand, and have very little analytical power.
That's
I guess you wrote that.
the only rule.
He didn't say that in person, but he didn't think rules are maybe the way to be going. And Eric Zimmerman, who authored the book Rules of Play with Katie Salen, doesn't like rules either. He said, because game designers tend to be structural, analytical thinkers, coming up with grand sets of rules for good design is very seductive, including for me. Over the years, I have tried to cultivate skepticism towards these kinds of systems. So why do some people think of these rules as maybe being too constraining on design? Well, if we think of the digital games that a lot of us make, the rules in them tend to be very fixed, very hard, very fast. There's only one way you can play the game, and the computer doesn't really take into account your feelings when it decides on these rules and decides on implementing these rules. And you can't put the Tetris piece anywhere but where Tetris will let you put it. Things change a little bit in the board game space. We've all heard about house rules with Monopoly, right? Maybe you go over to a friend's house and they play where you get all the cash for landing on free parking. And many other variants that allow the people who are playing it to have a good time. You might think chess has a more fixed rule set, but You might not have talked to my children about that. They, when I was playing with them, I realized they had worked out a very specific way to handle, when you get your pawn to the other side, you get back
Give
another
mommy
piece. And I
the
said,
milk.
well, that's not really how this rule works, and they didn't care. And
Did
if
it just
anyone has
fucking
been,
vape? Oh no, never mind. It's right here.
Scrabble games, at friends' houses, often those have very personal rules to keep them peaceable, so they don't turn into something like this.
Give me the milk.
I find that some people get really into their Scrabble and really into their weird set of rules for it. I just love that this is the picture you get for Googling Scrabble fight.
I'm not going to.
But I think even more so when you move into like the world of RPGs, rules become even more malleable. Like the goal of a DM is to sort of take the players on a journey, like challenge them enough, but not too much, not make their death arbitrary and seem just a result of a bad die roll at the wrong time. But to give them a chance to change the rules a little bit to help them move along in the campaign. If we think about, too, if we move into a world of sort of art games and things like that, this can be even more important, like in a game like Brenda Romero's Train, where, as you realize what the game is doing, you realize that the deliberately limited rule set allows you to sort of subvert those rules and try to stop what you realize you're doing. Now, last year, Luke Muscat did a talk as a member of this very session, which I encourage you to go check out. And he talked about, his whole point was forget rules. Rules don't matter. Make goals your king. That's what you should be giving your team, not rules, but goals. And he used slightly more colorful language when he talked about it in the session. So I gave my own version of this talk a few years ago at another conference. And this was where, the talk was called, What My Parents Taught Me About Game Design. Now, my parents are not game designers. They haven't really played a lot of games, to be honest, though my mom is a lifelong, to this day, baseball enthusiast. But, I use this talk as sort of looking at how they had raised me as parents and how that informed how I thought about players and how you treat players in your game. And this talk is up on YouTube if you want to go check it out. But I'll just give you a spoiler. These were sort of the three principles that I found. I extracted from how they treated me and thought of how, that's how I end up treating my players in my games. And I have a little bit of a addendum to this. This is a picture that I like because it shows my dad, but also my long flowing locks from long ago. In the last year, my dad actually passed away. And as I was going through the process of working on the eulogy and going through memorial service, ended up talking to a number of his students. He was a lifelong psychology professor. And they said that one thing he always said to them was, are you asking the right questions? So let me give you an example of what he meant by that and how he interacted with me one time. So he was a lifelong lover of books. These are several of his favorite books that I now have. And he talked about, this one specific book that he gave me was Powers of 10. So, somewhere around when I was 8 or 10, I had asked about like the relative size of planets or something like that. I don't really remember what the question was, and he didn't have the answer. And a couple days later, he came back with this book and said, here you go. And I said, what is this book? And he's like, well, you're asking about planets. It's all in there. So this is a book that's, I don't know, some of you may be familiar with it. It's sort of a look at scale in the universe at large, right? And it goes from a sort of an intergalactic scale and zooms down more and more at orders of 10 as it gets closer and closer until it finally zooms through some guy's hand in a park in Chicago and then goes down to the subatomic level. And again, this wasn't a book really suited to my age at the time, but it had great pictures. I found those cool. And I've kept reading it over the years. And it sort of just reframed the question. Again, it was like, well, you're asking about size of planets, but here I can answer that. But here's this much more interesting set of questions, right? This will like expand how you're thinking about what you're, the subjects you're interested in. And so I appreciated that. I appreciated that he challenged me that way. And I encourage you, as you're looking at the talks we're going to have here today, to look at these, not necessarily as a rule you must follow, a rule that is exactly the answer to your problems, but it's something that just helps you reframe a problem you may be having in game design. It helps you do the game design work that we all do in different ways. Now, I must confess my inspiration for this intro partly came from seeing Powers of 10 as a reference in Soren's talk coming up. Aaron will also be asking you if you are asking the right questions of your players. Later on, Stone will show you how he made a board game for a movie he was too young to actually see, while Josh will tell you why he likes to write only half a story. But first, we have Raph Koster. Raph Koster is widely known for his work in online games going back to MUDs. Since then, he went on to work on some of the first commercial MMOs in Ultima Online, later Star Wars Galaxy. He now works as an independent designer in a wide range of games, both digital and analog, and a variety of game-related projects. I give you Raph Koster.
Hi. So this is like my little rule. It doesn't really necessarily mean what it says. This is an idea I've had more than once, right? Like literally, I've now made 4 or 5 games about trying to capture the feeling of playing a kaleidoscope. And the thing about an idea like that is that it can really kind of go either way. It can be about the math of kaleidoscopes, like how they tumble, or it can be about the sensation of a kaleidoscope, like the human experience of tumbling or being lost in a landscape. And I'd like to say you can start from either end, right? I mean, have a strong idea for a game system, a set of mathematical relationships, a set of dynamics, or maybe you have a really strong narrative or experiential idea, and that's fine. Different designers often have really different tendencies, right? They'll start from one end or the other. And that's perfectly fine. Like often board game designers start maybe with a bias towards the systems end. And certainly AAA games often start with a bias towards the experience end, art games, many indie games. And we'd never say, hey, you can reskin this Telltale game any way you want and think that we still end up with anything that we'd call the same game. The experience wouldn't be intact. But we wouldn't say, hey, let's swap out the conflict resolution mechanic in poker either and think that poker remains intact, right? I mean, it changes it substantially. Starting with either end, then, they're both super valid, right? Since by the time you're done, you really kind of need to have both ideas in place, right? You really need to have your experience and your system idea in place. Because after all, like almost no games are purely experiences or purely abstract. It's just rarely a thing. But starting from one end to the other does have a whole bunch of implications. And certainly in my experience, I've found it's really important to move towards the middle pretty quickly. Right? Like, let's say you start from the system, which I often do, especially because I'm doing a lot of tabletop work these days. If you don't move to the middle, you can pretty quickly get stuck with an abstract game, which, FYI, abstract tabletop games are really hard to market. You might end up with really simplistic narrative. This is how you end up with, okay, so we'll provide the experience by wedging cutscenes in between levels of something, that kind of really simple way of providing something. Finding an experience or a metaphor that fits the system quickly is a better path, even though a strong system idea can usually be skinned in a lot of ways, right? Like think of chess sets, for example, from Lord of the Rings to, I think in Theory of Fun I said chess boards designed around different types of snot, right? You can play chess with all of those. It's all good. Well, maybe not the snot, but So if you start, though, from the narrative or experiential end of things, there are pitfalls starting there, too, right? If you don't ever get around to developing a systemic core. One of the biggest is your game's consumable, and these days it might get consumed on Twitch long before it gets played at all, right? So that's a real risk these days. You often have to spend disproportionately on content, right? You might end up making tons of small mini games, and of course each of those is still a game that you have to balance, so it multiplies your testing time, it multiplies all of the work, the system design work. All of these issues have to do with the fact that you can always layer missions and narrative and static data on top of a sim, right? It's really hard to go in the other direction. Trying to add rich emergence to a game built out of data is usually somewhere between hard and impossible. We'll get into these development projects and think that a bunch of disparate pieces of content will add up to a system, and that just almost never happens, right? It's just really unusual. So this matters because game longevity, which matters to me because I want my art to live for centuries, but also because it includes a bunch of stuff that drives revenue, if you like eating, right? It's driven by how much space the game can have, right? And despite what we might want as creators, a lot of the power in a game experience actually comes from a loss of control, right? It comes from letting players have the actual authority over the experience. And so what gives that, right? What is it that gives that core sim? And the three critical ingredients I end up looking for. First is a space that is an interesting mathematical or structural landscape, right? And by this I mean, you know, a physics system meets that. Interesting relationships between objects, like the relationships between suits and numbers and colors in a deck of cards is an interesting landscape of relationships. I look for it to be simple with only a few rules, even though it might have room for tons of data, right? And, you know, what usually works is a way to have lots of kinds of data that work on top of the same underlying sim, and then you can stack as many separate rule systems on the sim as you like. So poker leverages the set of playing cards, but so does blackjack, and so does Go Fish. Pokemon leverages Pokemon types and attack types, right? Rich systems. And then lastly, I look for that set of relationships, that sim, to not actually have implicit goals. I want it to be a toy, right? I want it to allow players to create their own goals on top of the system. It doesn't mean then that you can't layer goals on top of that, right? You can have AI with goals. It doesn't mean the game can't provide as many goals as you want. It means the system itself doesn't imply them. We choose them then based on the narrative or experience that we want to provide. Because there's a difference between a system that all you can do is get to the other side and a system that says, here's cool movement physics, let's build Portal, right? So, just some examples of how I've tried to leverage these. Star Wars Galaxies, right, sadly departed, was built entirely around real-time procedural terrain that was generated around you as you walk. And that sounds like it was a content tool. But it actually opened up all this emergent and narrative gameplay because of the tools that it provided us. And that was actually why I wanted it, was for the game systems I can build on top of it, because we couldn't have had players having massive Rebel versus Imperial wars with destructible bases that could be built anywhere on the map unless we had an underlying sim that provided you fungible terrain, right? There's this little game, happily not departed, 20 consecutive years as of September. In this game, we started out with a resource system that was intended to drive all the AI. Every object was made of abstract resource types, and all the AI in the game was designed around Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And this was a really cool, ambitious, crazy system that we weren't even able to ship with, because it broke. But it didn't matter, because we'd set up that underlying resource model, and it was so powerful that even though the AI never made it out there, it unlocked everything about things like the crafting system, which unlocked emergent things like color-coded guild uniforms, player shops, player-driven economy, player-run cities and governments, and all this crazy stuff, right? And of course, similar ideas are actually, you know, Minecraft uses an underlying resource model and simple rules, and look at all the amazing stuff that comes out of there, right? And even in, also dearly departed, even in really small, simple games like My Vineyard, which is a game I did on Facebook, you can see this idea working. We knew what the experience we wanted was. You run a vineyard.
So, like, another problem is that
you might remember
cutting
that
things
Facebook
into rags
games
makes
back
you
then,
stand up.
The map would get bigger just by
Even
kind of
though the
rolling around
animation
the edge,
has you
right?
crouching.
They just expand on all sides.
That's fucking silly.
And objects were all one to a tile, right? But you know, we use this idea that, well, but the vineyard's yours, so you would want to shape it. So we allowed you to carve away the forest step by step. Island Life, which was the game that immediately preceded this, we think, we don't know, was the first Facebook game that we know of that did this. And it allowed you to make discovery the central idea of the game, which meant not just discovering things that were hidden on the map, we did that, but also discovering new kinds of grapes, new wine varietals, new ways to do layout. It made us think about placing objects at pixel granularity rather than tile granularity, which hugely opened up the amount of play and led to crazy maps like this that just couldn't be done in something like a Farmville, right? Huge explosions of creativity, which then led us into new features like maybe we could have vineyard tours across all of the Napa-themed vineyards in the entire Facebook ecosystem, right? And so it led then to having one of the highest ROIs at Playdom, one of the highest retention figures at Playdom, even though it didn't have anywhere near the same size user base or daily revenue numbers, right, as many of the other games. But on a pound for pound, in terms of how much we spent on it, it actually was richer. So even if you begin with the idea of a particular experience you want to give players, my rule now, my thought, my rule of thumb is, the first thing you should do after that is start with a sim. I've just consistently found it to be super helpful for the eventual depth of the game. So that's my rule. If I have an experience I want to get across, the first thing I ask myself is, how do I model this experience as math? And it ends up opening doors that I never expect. That's my rule.
Thank you. Thank you, Raph. Our next speaker is known for her work on a wide range of smart, fun games. As a teaching professor at Carnegie Mellon's Silicon Valley campus. Previously, she led design at Glass Lab, and she's also the author of the Chaos Knight trilogy fantasy series. I give you Erin Hoffman-John.
Okay. So my name is Erin Hoffman-John. I am obsessed with precision. It makes me feel safe. So I have a question for you. How many of you come to GDC to learn? Yeah, most of you, right? That's why we're here, right? I got a question for you. What's learning? Yeah. So you can answer this in a couple of seconds, right? I would say that if you don't have a clean, fast answer to this question, it is impossible for you to know whether your mission to learn at GDC is successful or not. So this is going to be my story of how I learned that the way that I playtest and the way I think I playtest are actually two different things. And it also leads to my rule, which is ask players the right questions. So in 2011, I joined the Glass Lab. It was a massive collaborative effort between a lot of acronyms, so ETS, SRI, EA, Electronic Arts, IOP, the Institute of Play, all coming together to try to bring AAA game development practices to education, to create transformative database educational experiences. And through the process of working in this collaboration, I encountered people who are really masters in the art of asking the right questions. So one of our partners was ETS. They make the SAT, more in acronyms. And what the SAT is an incredibly carefully constructed series of the right questions. And we could argue about whether the SAT is good or not, but at the end of the day, it is actually intended, and you can Google this, to be a social leveling tool. It means that wherever you come from, you can be measured against the same razor as everyone else. So it's intended to raise people up. It might not be a great razor because all of our razors are flawed, but that's its purpose. It's to achieve self-actualization, and that is the purpose of education, is to take people and give them the power to be able to become whoever they want to become.
Yeah,
and so in the process of creating those questions, we had this incredibly thoughtful, scientific people telling us whenever we said, this is what we thought we were doing, they would say, well, but have you thought about this? Because that's what science does. It constantly questions.
There we go.
And at Glass Lab, we were trying to hit this incredibly precise marker, which was to achieve a measurable educational outcome using a video game. And through the process of discovering how hard that was with these people who were specialists in asking the right questions, I realized how coarse our objectives usually are in video games, is to create fun, right? And it might be like shooty fun or puzzle fun or fast fun, but at the end of the day, it's fun. If you want to go on a side mission, you can Google people having fun, and you get lots of stock images like this, which is really funny to me, because it's like, is this what we really think having fun is? And what's going on in the minds of each of these people? Is it really fun? And that guy at the top, what's going on? Like, the relationships between them. I could stare at this image for hours, but I'm not going to do that, thankfully. So we were actually given SimCity 5. It was this beautiful game, and allowed to take it into schools. We had to make changes to it, and we actually started with a bunch of the wrong questions because we had a lot of assumptions. We thought that the question we were asking is, here's all the stuff that SimCity can teach. We just got to pick a thing. We're going to take it in schools. It's going to be awesome and easy, right? Because SimCity is an educational game, and teachers already use it. But as we just started to move through each of these ideas, we realized, oh no, that system doesn't work. This one's full of misconceptions. This one's not right. Finance, civil engagement, all of these things that we think SimCity does because it feels like they do, were not actually real when you try to look into the actual teaching science of how those things are taught inside of classrooms, which isn't to say that SimCity is bad. I actually think that the people that make SimCity, nice Stone, are wizards. What they do is magical. It's a game that makes you feel smart, even if you're not smart. You don't have to be smart in order to be good at SimCity, and yet it makes you feel powerfully intelligent, and that is a magical, transformative thing. But when you dig into each of these things, we tend to think of SimCity as like creating a whole generation of civic planners. But if you ask civic planners what SimCity does, they say, oh no, actually, it's full of all these misconceptions that might actually be harmful to our profession. And by the way that it portrays electricity is not at all right either, which of course it's not right. It's meant to feel right, not to be right. And so eventually, we landed on isolating one of the systems inside of SimCity, the pollution system, that actually did both align with middle school science standards and was right. And we made a game out of that. The way that we got to that was by stepping back and trying to find the right question to ask. We asked the question, how does SimCity make you feel? And how does that feeling attach to something that kids need to learn? How can we transform them through the experience of that feeling? And once we started asking that question, everything started getting easier. And then we ultimately did make a game that teachers loved, because partly they already loved it, it's a great game, but also it gave them a way to bring it into classrooms in a way that they hadn't been able to do before, and it became quite popular. And then we actually were trying to do data analysis to try to actually turn SimCity into a test of sorts. It was kind of a terrible idea, but when you look at the data that was coming out of SimCity, it was just this torrent of stuff that our assessment experts could make no sense of because it's so massive. And so with our next game, we decided to start with the question at the core. First, we started with what should we teach? We did this big meta-analysis. Our learning designers attacked this, and they eventually came up with argumentation because it's under-taught, it's a leverage point, it's new, teachers don't really know how to teach it. And from there, we asked the question, what is the single most important thing we could teach a sixth grader about argumentation? And that question is at the heart of this game. The mechanics are built from it. Everything that we ask the player to do is intended to perform the question of whether or not they understand that, which means that the game from its core is built that way. And then we used a pre and post test, which is an idea, of course, from science, from education, but it's something that you can do with a game, where you test where the player is when they start, you get them to play the game, you test to the other side, and then you can iterate and discover whether you're actually achieving your goals. The end result was a statistically significant improvement in the kids' understanding of argumentation. And this was also validated against an external measure. So we had a separate test that we knew was already a valid measurement of argumentation, stood our game up next to it, and found a statistical increase. I want to linger on that for a second because this is the young lady's illustrated primer, if you're familiar with Emil Stephenson. This is the interactive object, which is infinitely replicable, which can lift people up through education, and I think that's a really powerful idea. I hope that we make a lot more games this way. So back to playtesting, if you Google what you should ask when you playtest, you get this kind of series of horrifying questions from the internet. At the end of the day, it's like, just, was it fun? There's lots of variations on, was it fun? And I have a lot of problems with that question. Some better questions are things more like, how should the player feel? And these are questions that you have to ask yourself, because in the process of discovering the right questions that you need to ask players, you have to ask yourself the right questions about what you're even making. Because most of the time when we start, we don't ask that question of ourselves as precisely as we should. So the usual playtesting questions we tend to ask are categorized as stupid questions and usability questions. The usability questions are actually really useful. The game needs to be usable, software has to be usable. But we ask these dumb questions about what part the player likes best. The real problem with a question like this is that what you say is, was it fun? And what they hear is, please validate my existence. I might kill myself if you don't. They know what you're asking, and they see right through you, so they're going to start gaming that question. Binary questions are usually a bad idea with playtesters because they're going to try to find what you think the right answer is. And I would say about usability, though, you do have to fix the usability. The game has to be accessible. It has to be accessible to a specific audience that you're intending to strike. And in SimCity EDU, we actually had that problem in particular because students of middle school age were not necessarily the intended audience of SimCity. So there were a lot of adaptations we had to make for that. At the end of the day, what we were trying to do with SimCity EDU was actually, and Mars Generation 1, a lot easier than what we have to do with commercial games because our objective was so precise and we could just measure it and iterate against it. What we're trying to do with video games is a lot more abstract and expressive. That's a hard thing to get a question around. But I think that if you break down the idea of what fun is, you can look at it through the lens of what specific emotions are being created. What are the experiences that we want to evoke in a player? And if you throw this sort of palette at them, then it gives you a razor against which to measure your intent versus what the player is actually experiencing. So it gives you something testable. We did this in Mars Generation 1 a little bit. We mapped where the player would start emotionally and then where we wanted them to end up emotionally, and then we attached that to the idea of the competency itself. So there was a transformation that we wanted to bring about that was purely emotional because we knew that that's what games do. They actually evoke feelings. All media do. So I would say that what you do is identify the emotional transformation that you want to bring about in the player. And that starts with asking yourself the right questions. The questions of, what is my real intent? What is the outcome that I want? Is the intent that I have actually precise? If I create these emotions, is that unlike anything I've ever seen, or does it remind me of something else? There's a lot of questions in that process. Then you can actually create a pre and post test, or at least a series of survey questions, if you don't want to think about it that scientifically,
through a series
about what
of
you're going to ask players in order to
here.
reveal how will I know that they're feeling what I want them to feel, because emotions are really hard to pin down. And I would just linger on that for a moment, too, to say you can use pre- and post-tests in video game development. This is something that I don't think I've ever heard talked about, but it's something that we can do, measuring both where they start as well as where they end up, as opposed to just asking them at the end whether they liked it or not. So again, good questions. What is the core emotion and the core emotional blend? Is that blend unique?
They know the
And do
trick.
my mechanics perform the feeling of that by themselves? If they don't, they're probably the wrong mechanics. And then for players, what were you feeling? What does this remind you of? It's all a little bit sideways. It's not direct, because you ask a direct question, they're going to game the
God, would
question.
you stop
Which
walking
people
on
designing
me,
SAT
bitch.
certainly know as well. I would say as a warning that this can be a habit-forming process. I hope that it is, because once you start to look at your game this way, with this level of precision, efficacy, it can become a transformative process for your own development process. And I would also say that it's okay to iterate the pre and post test. Something that I think we didn't realize was that if you start out with the wrong questions, we thought, oh, we're screwed, that's terrible. It's not. Part of the process of using these questions is to sharpen your idea of your intent. So you can change the questions and then keep working against it. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Good. Next up, we have someone who is most known for perhaps for his involvement with Civilizations 3 and 4. He now runs indie studio Mohawk Games, who shipped not that long ago Economic RTS World Trading Company, and recently announced their next game is 10 Crowns. He's also on the advisory board for this very conference, so you can direct your complaints to him. I give you Soren Johnson.
All right, what's your thing, bro? Soren.
Hey, everybody. All right, so 3 strikes and you're out. This phrase is so common, it's basically an idiom. Indeed, while some of our non-American friends here might be baffled by baseball in general, they probably still know this rule.
Nah,
However,
baseball is easy.
It's not actually true. The batter is not out after the 3rd strike. It's only when the catcher catches the ball that the batter is out. If the catcher drops or misses the pitch, then the batter is not out and has a chance to advance to first. This almost always results in an out, as the catcher simply picks up the ball and makes the easy throw. But occasionally, this little-known rule can become a big deal, as it did in last year's final game in the playoff series between the Chicago Cubs and the Washington Nationals. Max Scherzer threw a 3rd strike past a swinging Javier Baez, but watch what happens.
He doesn't
The
get
Nationals
out,
catcher,
I'm
Matt
guessing.
Wieters, missed the ball between his legs, allowing Baez to safely make it to first base. This would have been the 3rd out of the inning. Instead, the Cubs scored 2 more runs and later won the game by only 1 run and advanced to the next round. Thus, an obscure rule knocked the Nationals out of the playoffs. Where exactly did this rule come from? It actually reaches back to the very first time the rules of baseball were put down in print by the German Johann Christoph Friedrich Gutsmuth. He outlined something called English baseball, which was a game of innings with a batter, fielders, safe bases, and scoring at home plate. However, there were no strikes or balls yet. The pitcher stood close to the batter and more or less delivered the ball as a soft lob to be hit. The pitcher wasn't trying to challenge the batter. The game was about fielding the ball after it had been hit. However, what happens when there is a terrible batter who can't hit anything? In Gutsmuth's game, he has a special rule for this situation. On the 3rd swing, the ball is automatically in play whether it's hit or not. So the batter will run to first either either after hitting the ball or missing for the third time. Indeed, there is no catcher to receive the ball, so the pitcher would need to run to home plate to pick it up and throw to first. In 1845, the American Knickerbocker Baseball Club writes down their rules for the game, and some things have changed. The pitcher is now much farther from the batter and throws the ball horizontally, which requires the new position of catcher. However, they preserve the logic of the old Gutsmith's rule, that the ball is in play after the third missed swing, like old legacy code lying around. The strikeout is actually emergent gameplay because after the third miss, the ball is now technically in play, and the catcher turns it into an out by simply catching the pitch. Thus, there is no actual difference between the catcher making an out from catching a pop-up and the catcher making an out from catching the pitch after a third missed swing. In each case, the ball is now live, and the catcher makes an out by catching the ball before it hits the ground. However, they had to patch the game later on because of an unintended consequence of not taking the time to make the strikeout an official rule. Because the ball would be considered live after a third strike, the possibility for a cheesy double or triple play existed. For example, if the bases are loaded, then the catcher can intentionally drop the ball, pick it up again, step on home plate for an easy out, and then throw to third and then on to second for two more. Therefore, in 1887, they added a new rule so that the batter would automatically be out.
What the fuck is going on here?
If a runner was on first base and there were less than 2 outs. Thus, 3 strikes and you're out, the way everyone assumes baseball is played, is true, but only under a very specific set of circumstances. They opted for an ugly patch instead of just rewriting the rules to match how the game is actually being played. Indeed, think about the situation with Javier Baez. There was a runner on first base, so even though the catcher dropped the ball, it should have been a strikeout, except there were 2 outs. So now we're back to the original drop third strike rule again. Think about it. They could have just rewritten the rules so that 3 strikes and you're out applies at all times. Wouldn't that be simpler, more intuitive? Why go to the trouble of fixing the one glaring issue with catchers intentionally dropping the ball and not just get rid of the old vestigial rule? The reason is that we inherit our game design from everything that comes before us. Sometimes this inheritance is obvious. Civ 6 inherited from Civ 5, which inherited from Civ 4, and so on. Sometimes a designer inherits from the games he or she played as a kid. Mario led to Braid, Myst led to The Witness. Sometimes games inherit from themselves. This is a timeline of the development of our economic RTS, off-world trading company. And you might make certain development shortcuts or hacks early on just so that you can get your prototype playable. But then these assumptions are now baked into your design, whether you want them there or not. You have to remember that it was an accidental or arbitrary choice. The most common thing to inherit, however, is game mechanics, usually from the games in the same genre. For example, although Off-World Trading Company is an RTS, it's notable for being one without units. However, we didn't start there, as we inherited from all the other RTSs before us, StarCraft, Age of Empires, and so on. Thus, we had scouts, builders, transports, pirate ships, police ships, and so on. Over time, we discovered that this inheritance was weighing the game down, forcing the player to spend time wrangling units that would have been better spent playing the market. Slowly, we took these units out one by one. First the transports, then the combat units, then the builders, and finally the scouts. The game looks like a radical break with the past, but it took us a long time to get there. The problem is that iterative design can be a trap, that you can no longer see those parts of your game that are holding you back from a much better design. It's easier to make small changes that fix glaring issues rather than to reevaluate your entire design. Sometimes the problem with the game's inheritance can be at the conceptual level. Consider Spore, which was conceived of as a Powers of 10 game that went from cellular scale all the way up to galactic scale. That was the hook, the point of making the game. This part of the game was widely seen as a disappointment, that the 5 disparate levels felt like 5 different games duct taped together. However, something interesting happened with the failure of Spore, which is that it wasn't actually a failure after all. This is how many people are playing Spore right now, which is not bad for a 10-year-old game. In fact, check out this chart, which compares Spore to the 2 most successful PC games released that same year, 2008. Spore currently outpaces them both. And keep in mind that Spore didn't even launch on Steam. What happened was that the most interesting part of the game did not come from the Powers of 10 concept, but from the editors inside the game, especially the creature creator, which dynamically animated the player's creations.
So,
however, these editors
look
were
for
developed
dark
midway through the
horses?
project. Maxis started making a game about one thing and accidentally ended up making a game about something else.
Is that the
One
point
of the
this
big unanswered
rule?
questions about Spore is what could we have done if we had been able to ditch the powers of
All I
10
need to do
concepts
is get
and refocus
killed
the game
once.
on the editors? So here's a classic case study in inheriting bad design. Creep denial is a mechanic in the original Dota where you kill your own units to keep your opponent from getting gold and experience from them. Indeed, creep denial is one of the focal points of high-level play in Dota, to maximize your experience point gain relative to your opponents, to outlevel them. However, it's an open question whether this is actually good design. At the very least, creep design is accidental design, because
Well, I
Dota
guess.
inherited it from Warcraft 3. This was simply how that game handled killing your own units. Indeed, the fact that Warcraft 3 even allowed killing your own units was likely an afterthought by the designers. So, Dota inherited this rule because the game was literally built inside of Warcraft 3 as a mod. Thus, MOBAs inherited a ton of design and mechanics from Warcraft 3. The original Dota designers may have wanted many things to work differently, but they really didn't have much of a choice given the limitations and assumptions of the Warcraft 3 editor. Dota 2 and League of Legends, of course, inherit their design from the original Dota mod, but they made different choices about their inheritance of creep denial. Basically, League dropped it, while Dota 2 kept it. This is a Reddit thread on why creep denial is not in League. Don't worry about reading this. I just want to point out how a random Dota guy is trying to explain why creep denial is bad for the design using the game mechanics themselves. This is pretty typical reasoning for something that has become part of a game design's inheritance. The burden of proof is always on why it should be removed from the game, not on how it got added in the first place. However, I have a simpler explanation for why creep denial is bad design. I mean, come on, you want your players to be spending their time killing their own units? Is that really a core part of what makes MOBAs work? The game would fall apart if you couldn't kill your own guys? Auden perhaps sums it up better than I ever could. So at some point, you have to step back as a designer and reevaluate your inheritance. You know, does the core gameplay survive without the feature? Is the feature unintuitive, making the game harder to understand or to pick up? Is there a better way for players to be spending their time than on this feature? In the case of creep denial, the answer to all those questions suggests that the game would be better off without it. There is only one magical core feature to MOBAs, the one feature that cannot be dropped, and that is taking the scope and complexity of an RTS, but focusing the player's controls onto just one unit, which makes the game accessible to a much larger audience by an order of magnitude. Everything else is just accidental inheritance resulting from the game's origin as a Warcraft 3 mod. In fact, although League doesn't have creep denial now, they actually started with it. These are League of Legends' very first patch notes, published in July 2009.
All right, I'm trying to figure out a rule for this, because I think it's a good one. I mean, look at your inheritances, you know, leave nothing up to assumption. You know, garbage collect old rules, maybe. I don't know, I guess just check your inheritances is what I'd call it, instead of, you know, 3 strikes and you're out. I think that's what it's, what the main point of this rule is. Anyways, continue.
They inherited creep denial, but as you can see, you know, highlighted here, they killed it very early. So although they got it from the original mod, they were willing to critically examine their game's past. In contrast, here's the history of creep denial from Dota 1 to Dota 2. You can see an awareness that creep denial might not be the best thing for the game. So look at, like, for instance, 6.82. Denied creeps now give less experience. A clear sign that they want to weaken this feature by rewarding players less for focusing on creep denial. However, instead of ripping it out, they're making small changes around the edges. Basically, they're doing what baseball did when they patched the drop 3rd strike rule by making it not apply in certain circumstances instead of just getting rid of the rule itself. Remember my questions on the value of creep denial? Does the core gameplay survive without the feature? Is the feature unintuitive, making the game harder to understand or to pick up? Is there a better way for the players to be spending their time than on this feature? Running this exercise with the drop 3rd strike rule gets us to the same place. That is bad accidental design that is ultimately hurting baseball. Now here's a comparison of the two games and some other MOBAs. There are many reasons why League outpaces Dota by an order of magnitude. An almost 3-year head start is a pretty big one, but I also believe that Riot's philosophy of re-examining their inheritance from the original Dota mod, which extends well beyond just removing creep denial, is a very important piece. Now, I also have thoughts about last hitting, but fortunately, I don't have time for that. I say fortunately because Heroes of the Storm, which is the only one of these 3 to drop last hitting, is less successful than Dota 2, let alone League. Thus, I can't really make an argument that the market has proven that last hitting is bad design. Further, I don't think it'd be reasonable to expect Riot to experiment with dropping last hitting at this point. It's just too late. League is one of the world's most popular games. Indeed, they are lucky that they dropped creep denial so early in their development. Before doing so might have split community opinion. We don't always have the luxury of looking at the game to prove our decisions.
That's my
re-examining a game's inheritance is such a difficult and important issue. Choosing to erase your inheritance takes real bravery. Sometimes you have to trust your own rational design process if you see a problem. Sometimes you have to go with your gut. Ultimately, you must be willing to see your history, know how it led you to where you are today, and then have the courage to drop the past. Thank you.
Only when the past doesn't make sense
Next
to keep
up,
around.
our next speaker has been
Already
making
being dragged
RPGs for
down,
quite some
actually.
time, going all the way back to his work at the illustrious Black Isle Studios on Icewind Dale. After a stint working near me on a Gauntlet game that we don't need to speak about, Josh moved on to Obsidian, working on titles like Fallout, New Vegas, and the Pillars of Eternity series, with Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire shipping soon. I give you Josh Sawyer.
Hello. By the way, if you want to deal with the nightmare of legacy design, make a party-based fantasy role-playing game.
I get
For real. All right, my talk is about how I always try to give 50%, or how I learned when to stop telling a story and let the player tell theirs. So, if any of you have played in a D&D game, or run a D&D game, or any sort of tabletop role-playing game, you have probably had an experience where your players take the story off of the rails. A lot of computer role-playing games try to emulate the tabletop role-playing game environment. We do this in a lot of different ways. We can try to emulate the rules themselves. We can try to emulate the aesthetics, whether that's in the lore or the visuals of the game. But in a lot of cases, especially at Obsidian, what we're trying to emulate is player choice and player consequence within the context of a story. Being able to make your own character, express that character, and have it have an impact in the world. In my experience playing tabletop games and running tabletop games, the best dungeon masters and game masters are the ones who improvise. They construct some idea of a grand story, or maybe they just have parts of a neat story in their mind, and when the players screw it up, they don't fight against it. They let the players go, and they let the story run away, and everyone has a great time, because it's a little bit of what the dungeon master prepared, and it's a lot of what the players brought to it as well. In a CRPG, outside of the mechanical systems, which is, I think, an interesting contrast, because if you look, for example, at a game like Divinity Original Sin 2, which is much more oriented around the play of the game and sort of experimentation with things, versus something like Pillars of Eternity, which is more traditional and sort of tabletop-based, we're not there to improvise with the gameplay content. So what we have to do when we're constructing the story is effectively try to think about a wide range of players sitting across from us and imagine the types of things that they want to throw back at us. Ideas about what types of characters they want to play, anything from the sort of equipment that they brought, their background, what spells they have, what skills they have, if they want to be an asshole, if they want to be a smart ass, all this sort of stuff. By the way, it's not exactly 50%, that's just an idea. So I'd like to talk about some of the ways at Obsidian that we try to step away from really being strict about how we author the story and let the player bring their own sort of ideas into it. One of this is trying to eliminate as many critical characters as we can from our stories, letting the player kill virtually everyone. Here are a few examples of this in play. The first is Yes Man, Eternal Yes Man from Fallout New Vegas. In Fallout New Vegas, you could kill every single character in the world except for children. And there was one character who was a fall-through character. His name was Yes Man. He was a robot who would do literally whatever you asked him to do. And he was the fall through, so he would help you with the independent path. And even if you pissed off every single other faction head, you could still go back to Yes Man to progress the plot. So we wrestled with the idea of like, well, if he's your fall through and he allows you to get through the plot, how are we going to stick to our guns and say, let the player kill them? Well, the lucky thing is that he's a robot and he's an AI that gets downloaded into other robots. So we actually allowed the player to just blast Yes Man right in the face, and he would die. And then a minute later, another Securitron robot with his face would roll on up and he would say, I'm sorry, I must have made you really angry. I'll try not to do that again in the future. And now how can I help you? So technically we adhered to this while still allowing the player the agency to pull out whatever weapon they wanted and blow him away. And by the way, a lot of players did do this. Every time they'd go back to talk to Yes Man, they'd get a new mission objective and they'd say, hey, thanks man, blam. And they'd walk out the door and then they'd come back, get a new mission objective. Thanks again, Yes Man, you're the best. Blam. Another example of this in play is the blood pool from Pillars of Eternity. We put a lot of effort into our companions. Arguably too much. We write a lot of companion dialogue, we spend a lot of resources on unique character art, but we don't require the player to take these characters along with them. We don't require them individually, we don't require them as a group. You can play through these games completely by yourself if you want to. Sometimes you might even really despise a companion. So we added the blood pool in Pillars of Eternity. It is a pool full of blood dedicated to a crazy god. And at the blood pool, you can sacrifice a companion that you really just don't like, and you can get a stat boost out of it. And every one of your other companions is extremely horrified by what you've just done, and you can do it. By the way, if you bring your save game into Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire, we remember that you did that. So get ready. Some other stuff that we try to do is account for the weird and the funny. By the way, this is a place where really we're starting to get away from the idea of system-driven design. This is more about, again, these like sort of weird edge cases that you come up with where, you know, how many times have you been in a tabletop game? I'm just assuming everyone plays a ton of tabletop games. And a player tries to do something really weird. They have some they have some item they try to use in some last-ditch effort, and they manage to save the day, and it's really great. So we try to figure out ways to account for these really weird situations. It's a niche of a niche, but when players find it, and we hope that a player will find one of these things in every playthrough, they feel really rewarded for just carrying some stupid crap around with them or picking one special background that comes up in a really cool circumstance. One example is the corpse checker from Icewind Dale 2. One of our designers at the time, Damien Filetto, he realized that there were 3 quests in the game that required you to carry around a dead body. And we never got rid of those dead bodies. So you could be carrying around a dead man, a dead woman, and a dead cat. They weighed a ton. There was no reason to carry these things around, but some players kept carrying these things around. So at the end of the game, there was a character who would start talking to you in the middle of his dialogue who'd go, are you carrying around 3 dead bodies? Are you a crazy person? And he would start going off and he's like, wait a minute, I think maybe I've underestimated you. I don't think I really want to mess with you. You know what? You can just go off on your own. It'll be totally fine. And it was just, again, this weird little niche thing for people who decided to carry 3 corpses around with them. The Psycho Squad in Fallout New Vegas, there was a quest called Flags of Our Foul-Ups, written by Travis Stout. And there was a group of soldiers called Misfits. They were horribly incompetent NCR soldiers, and they were trying to get into shape, and you could train them. You could go the normal way. You could teach them to throw a grenade, teach them to shoot a gun, teach them all these things they needed to know so that they weren't huge screw-ups. Or if you were carrying around an enormous amount of Psycho, which is a combat drug that makes you go crazy, you could say, you don't need to be good soldiers, just take a bunch of this drug. And that would actually resolve the quest for you. And they'd be like, wow, awesome. All we got to do is take this drug. That's really great. So you would resolve the quest and go on your merry way. And then at the end of the game, they performed really well in combat. And then they went on a murderous spree, and they wound up being hung for war crimes. So this is, we always try to...
Hanged. You got to get that out of the way. Like, seriously, it's hanged, not hung. Stop saying that. Oh, this is fresh water. Where does the ocean start? There's no clear demarcation. This is kind of like the, isn't this where the ocean's supposed to start? We still got fresh water here? I don't know, there's like nothing for miles around, mate. I kinda wanna see if I can find a shark. There's supposed to be sharks somewhere. Oh wait, what's that? Fresh water layered on top of salt water. So there's just like this thin freshwater layer up here. And then the ocean water below it. Oh. Bootyful. Oh no! Tap to escape. Tap what to escape? Oh, enter. Tap F to escape. Oh. It was just like, tap to escape. Come here, you bitch. Can I punch the shark? Or you asshole. Action. Phil. Hold on. Whatever, man. Wait, what? I just spawned, respawn back here with a bleeding injury. Re-meet a shark, I think. Where are you, bitch? Where are you, bitch? I was tapping F to escape. Is there something else? Come here, asshole. Ah, damn it. Alright, respawn at random. That was a glitch. Oh boy, it looks like a stronghold. The perfect place for a ninja to drop in. Gotta get this right. Ugh. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. That's not good. Oh wait, shit.
To have these long-term payoffs for these like little things that the player can do. In this case, carrying around, I think it was like 25 doses of Psycho, which is really sort of excessive. And then finally, Eric Fenstermaker's Know-It-All Nihilist from Pillars of Eternity. Eric Fenstermaker was really a champion of letting the player establish their background and then develop it early on in the game so they could really get a sense of who they are. This ties into another point that I'm going to go into in a second. So if you took the philosopher background, you could talk to this character Kalisha in the early game, and you could say, yeah, I'm a philosopher and I believe this or I believe that. And one of the things you could say is like, I don't really believe in anything. I believe this is all an illusion. This is a bunch of fakery. And that sort of marks your character as a nihilist. And it came up maybe a couple more times throughout the game. There's a Pillars of Eternity spoiler here. Sorry. So at the end of the game, when it's revealed that the gods are not real, if you picked the nihilist background, you get a special line that says, I knew it. Again, this is these accounting for the weird and the funny things that the players pick. So sometimes it's important to just ask the player why they're doing what they're doing. I mean, ask it narratively within the context of the game, not as the designer themselves. So why ask the player why? Because it makes them ask themselves why. Why am I doing the things that I'm doing? One of the first examples is the animancy trial in Pillars of Eternity. So you are given exposure to animancy, which is the science of reading souls within the Pillars of Eternity universe. It's used for some good things. Very often it's used for some really bad things. A lot of characters in the world have different opinions on it, and by the time you get to this point in the game, you've really seen a lot of these examples, and you're asked, because of your experiences, to testify to the Duke about what you think about animancy. And this is a way to really get the player to think about, well, you know, I've been kind of playing through the game and I've seen all of these things, but what do I really think about it? And obviously you can only account for so many opinions, but it is a nice way to make the player go like, okay, well, I'm playing this character and I've seen this, so, well, I think this. And it just helps really sort of ground the character in their understanding of who they are in this world and being able to express it instead of just having it inside their head. Another example is Arcade and Fallout New Vegas. I apologize that I don't have any credit for this art. I found it on Tumblr. And as you know, if you try to find the original source of something on Tumblr, you will never find it. So Arcade in Fallout New Vegas is a character who is pretty moral. He's with the followers of the apocalypse. And if you go to Caesar's Legion, to the Caesar's camp, Caesar is a crazy dictator. And Arcade stops you and he's like, what in the world are we doing? We're accepting an invitation from a dictator to go over and talk to him. He enslaves people. He's torturing and crucifying all these people. What could you possibly hope to get out of talking with this guy? And this conversation is partially a way for you to try to either mollify Arcade or to maybe just think about it yourself. Like, well, what am I trying to get out of this? You know, you got an invitation and so you're doing a quest, but are you doing it because you really want to hear him out? Are you doing it because you want to get some sort of advantage with him in the future? You want to get close to him? This is a way, again, of getting the player to really think about the motivations for why they're doing what they're doing. By the way, there are sacrifices to doing all this crazy stuff. It is a lot of work. We write a lot of dialogue, and a lot of that dialogue comes down to making choices available to the player. Also, when you allow people to just kill everyone, you do have to handle that. It's a lot easier to just say, no, this character is invulnerable, you don't have to deal with them. In Pillars of Eternity 2, we actually have faction heads. So we have 4 factions, and we have multiple faction heads for each faction, and we keep them separated in different scenes to prevent the killer from taking, or the player who is a murderer, from wiping them both out in one fell swoop. So you do have to do a lot of work thinking about all the contingencies for this stuff because it's not systemically driven, it's all custom content. If you want to make a hero's journey, goodbye. It's not really great if you're trying to make this big emergent thing. It does not survive the process because players love screwing with hero's journeys. The scale and the scope of the impact of the choices that you make, especially if you litter the game with it, has to be, by its very nature, relatively small. If you want it to be all over the place, it can't be earth-shattering. So you have to try to take solace in the fact that you have a very rich game with lots of little outcomes. If you try to make massive changes at every fork in the road, it's going to take you forever. Also, you need to think about the scope of player voice, motive, and identity. When you allow people to play a wide range of characters from beatific saints to psychotic murderers, your player voice is going to have to cover a range. And you have to decide as an author how wide you want to make that range be, because you can't account for everything. You can't account for every single thing the player can do. You shouldn't try to do that. What you should try to do is think about it from the player's perspective. Think about the person sitting across the table playing D&D and what they might want to bring into the story that you've created a framework for. That's it. Thank you very much.
All right, last tip.
Our 5th and final speaker began his professional work going back to Maxis on things like Spore and SimCity. As we heard earlier, he also teaches classes at Carnegie Mellon and now is a lead designer at Riot Games. And earlier today, he told me that his name is pronounced to sound like Brandy, which some of us are thinking about right now. Is it being the end of the day? I give you Stone LeBrandy.
All right, thank you. So ever since I was a kid, I've been making paper games. It's just something I've just always done. Went and saw Star Wars when I was young, super impressed by that movie, and immediately had to make my own board game based on Star Wars, where the rebels are trying to blow up the Death Star before it rotates into position and kills the rebel base. This is a game that I made based on Rollerball, which I was too young to actually see, but it looked like the most awesome movie ever when I was a kid. And I just like, I gotta play that game. I've got to play that futuristic death sport. How does that work? So like just looking at advertisements and reading reviews and things, I've kind of pieced together my own Rollerball game so that I could play it and see what that was like. And for me, building these paper games, it's really just a way, like making the rules, making the pieces. It's just a great way to understand the systems, the relationships between all of those systems, and it's something that I still do today. So it's not really probably too much of a surprise that my rule here for the day is to play it on paper. So even though I work with digital games all the time, I still try to do as much on paper as possible. So when I gave my first GDC talk in 2009, it was about paper prototypes on Spore. I'm actually curious if anybody here was at that talk. Anybody? Oh, actually a couple hands, surprise. Okay, so yeah, 9 years ago. That middle bullet point there was I didn't have time to actually talk about how to make paper prototypes. I was just talking about the ones that we made during that project. So I'm actually 9 years later going to patch that little hole in that talk and fix that. So. By the way, this isn't up on Vault for some reason. I think it's too old to be on the Vault, but it's up on my website at stonetronics.com if you're interested in checking that out later. All right, so first of all, this is what not to do. So I thought I'd get that out of the way. Sometimes when people think like, I'm gonna make a paper prototype of my computer game, so let's make every unit, the entire campaign, and add in an expansion pack while we're at it, and let's just try to make this the most complete thing we can possibly get. But actually, the truth is you need to do the opposite of that. You need to make it as small as possible and then make it smaller after you figured out what that small is. So let me talk about 4 different ways that I kind of think about the problem. So first of all is state your intention. Why are you even making this prototype in the first place? What is the key question that you're trying to answer by building this? And there could be a lot of reasons for this. It might just be something that people on the team are asking that they're confused about. Might be a question that you have yourself, but the game's just not far enough along in development for you to be able to answer that with the game. And so this might be a way of jump-starting or bootstrapping the process really quickly. The second thing is, what's the scope that you're going to be trying to tackle? Like, how much of the game are you going to try to do? And like I said, it's like the smaller is probably the better. So it's just one simple idea, like maybe you want to know how much potions should cost or how often the potion should restock in the store. So very specific, very key question, part of the game, just to see how that might work out. Maybe you want to expand a little bit more and go for a session. A session might be, let's say you're doing a farming game and the fall season's coming up and you want to know how people are going to allocate resources. So you can make a little game that kind of tests out what kind of resources you would need and how many there might be. Now you can go out and do the full game, and unlike the StarCraft example that I just gave, when I said the full game, it's going to be a very narrow slice of the full game. So in this example here, it's like maybe I'm just curious about how players will allocate skill points as they go from the beginning of the game to level 50. And so we're going to go through the entire game, but we're only just going to be looking at a very simple system, which is how skill points are allocated. And finally, maybe you're going beyond that. You just want to know about the metagame. You don't really even care about the actual game. You want to know about kind of the reward systems that happen between each game and how the player may, say if it's a deck building game, how they may modify their deck as new cards come into the environment, their choices change and their options change. The third thing is really to specify the purpose. Why are you making this thing? What are you really trying to get out of it? One thing that's kind of common is like, I just want to do this mechanical simulation. I can't play it yet, so I'm just going to pretend to play it. And I kind of caution against this because computers are really good at doing this and paper's terrible at doing it. But it can still come into play at times. It still can kind of work. If you're really concerned about like distances, cause and effects relationships, things like that, you can kind of mock these things up. The opposite of that would be something very abstract, where this is something the player will never see. It doesn't actually occur anywhere in the game, but it's a way for you to get information about the game and how the players are going to perceive the different systems from a very high level. So the player may be down in the game, but you want to know everything. In this case, maybe it's the relationship between monsters and weapons. And maybe you're just concerned about the emotional engagement. You want to know how players are going to feel, how they're going to respond to certain events. So say we're making a skateboarding game and there's a combo system. Are players going to laugh when they fail the combo? Are they going to get frustrated? What kind of surprises are going to occur? Are everybody cheering together at the same time? And so you can kind of gauge the reactions in that way from the players. Then the fourth thing is the time scale. How relative to what the actual game will be running, what is your paper prototype? How's that going to be working? And so it's a pretty common case that it's going to be much slower than the game that you're working on, the intended time scale. And this might be a case of, let's say you're working on a shooter game and you want to understand player decisions and reactions and how they respond to different events. So you make this little card game. Maybe each card takes like a minute to play while people think about it, but in the actual game it's a second while they pull the trigger or push the button.
Okay, so, you know, it's time to end the stream, but, you know, summarizing this talk, I guess, I don't know, the takeaway is really point number 3, you know. I can't even remember fucking Ben Solo's freaking quote about, you know, something about the past, kill it if you have to. Anyways, that was, I don't know, the most important one to me. I can't really remember the other ones. They seem like they were obvious or, yeah, not really important. But that thing about, you know, not keeping around legacy features if it doesn't make sense to, you know, evaluating your legacy features, that's neat, that's spiffy, that's a good point. Anyways, that's that. I'm thinking Dishonored next. Yeah, because I've been too much time in Scum. Too much time. I got the plane. Really? What more is there? That's a question other than trying to get this character up and running with something decent. Anyhows. That's it for today, and I'll see